Okay, you're good to go. Good luck.
Thank you. Alright, what's up, y'all? My name is Bichphuongballz, and we're going to be playing some Phantasy Star 4 for the Sega Genesis. A wonderful, wonderful, wonderful video game. And an even better, speedrun. So, without further ado, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, now here we go. We got our boy, Chaz Ashley, and his boss, Alice. And we're gonna be heading off on a little mission here. And after I mash through this text, then you know, we'll get all the story you need. Thank you all. Alright. So, right now the setup is that you're the dude, blonde dude, Chaz. You'll come to understand slowly but surely just how great Chaz is. Or, quote-unquote, great. And as he's our main character, and the main thing here is that we're here on the planet Motavia. It's not doing so hot climate-wise, and all of a sudden there's monsters and stuff too. And now they're making a living killing a bunch of monsters. And that's what we're about to go do right now. If you're unfamiliar with this series, well, let's see here. Let me back off on that right now. So we got your classic RPG menuing going on. You want to speed the game up. And then we're gonna go ahead and talk to our boy here, the principal. We're gonna be like, yo, tell us about this mission. And he's like, yo, there's monsters in my basement. And then we're like, yo, how are there monsters in your basement? And he says, I don't know, shut up. And just go do it. And we're like, okay, sounds good. Why not, dude? So we're gonna head on over. Just Alice, Chaz, and some data faces, you know? And then we're gonna run into our next character, Han, here. Who's a student, and he's kind of worried about what's going on, but he's kind of a wuss. And he's been waiting for us to show up before he heads in there. And because we're great people, we're gonna charge him to come with us, because why not? Alright, so let's go. We're gonna enter our first dungeon. It's the basement. It's 3 rooms. You can actually get through all the rooms without a single encounter, but we already got one. It is what it is. No big deal. And we're gonna go ahead and head on over. There's no point in fighting anything here because everything gives you like less than 5 of everything, experience and money. So screw that. And we're already gonna hit our first boss. So what we're gonna try to do is set up a little bit of a trick here. We're gonna vortex with Alice just in case this doesn't work out, but we're gonna use Earth to paralyze him. And so what we tried to do is paralyze him, which worked, but wore off in the same turn. And now it's over. And basically, if the paralyze had lasted, I would have actually been able to run away from the fight without actually taking the 30 seconds to fight him. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to fight him for real. It's not that it's hard or anything like that, it just takes more time. But as you can see, like, all he does is summon enemies that I can kill in one turn, so it's not really a big deal. We just lost a little bit of time. Yeah. So that is what it is. It's not really something you ever reset over, even in a PB attempt, just because it's like, I mean, it'll drive you nuts already, and then there's so much RNG in this game, speedrun-wise, that, like this right here, I got my first little ambush here, that, nice, and then I couldn't run away. Anyway, so, like, you know, it can swing either way no matter what, right? So it's kind of like, let's just see what the rest of the run looks like. You wouldn't really you wouldn't really reset over it. I don't... Yeah, so my boy Tyler did break the world record just within the last 24 hours. I would never say that Agi's time was untouchable ever, but he did beat him by, like, I don't know, 40 seconds or 50 seconds or something like that. So GG to him, but the time is definitely still very, very improvable. And I'm sure people will still keep going. But anyway, let's get back to our own run. Now you're kind of bullying the principal here because you're like, dude, you're pretty shady. And so he's kind of giving you the backdrop on the first major villain of the game, Zio. You're kind of classic goth-looking wizard dude. And you want to explore more about what's going on with all that. And Han wants to keep going because he's like a good dude. He wants to like save the world too. And so then you charge him another 3 hundo. And then you're off. And you've gotten your first selection of a few songs now, and definitely one of the strongest points of this game for sure is its soundtrack. Its soundtrack is not only just very high quality, straight up, but also, like, anyone familiar with the Genesis recognizes its sound chip is pretty unique. So it's just a pretty nice little listen. And yeah, so we're just gonna keep going. We stopped by the town of Mile. Not because we need to do anything there, but eventually we will get items and spells that let us teleport from town to town, which you can't teleport to a town until you enter it. And now we're in Zima. You can see that everybody was all petrified. The work of Zio again. And we're gonna move on through, because we're looking for one of the professors that Han is very fond. Oh god! Okay. Alright. So that already slows me down too, because I have to revive that guy eventually. Okay. Let's go, T. But thanks everybody for the good luck. And so we find our professor boy here, and he's stoned as well, so... the next, like, hint there is Alice has heard of this chemical that can cure petrification, and now we're gonna go looking for it. And once again, we're skipping every encounter right now. Number one, these encounters are not worth very much, and honestly, number two, we're not very good at killing things right now anyway, so we're just gonna keep on trucking. Unfortunately, Han met his ultimate demise. In fact, though, let me, well, I'll do it later. I have a great menu status I want you folks to see. But let's get through our cutscene here. We're already gonna pick up our 4th party member. It's my boy Rune. This little ponytail. He and I got the same hairstyle going on. And fashion sense. But anyway, so this dude seems to know what's going on. He seems to be pretty powerful, and he's gonna invite himself along with us in our journey, and Chaz ain't too happy about it. They don't like each other, but he'll come to realize that we don't really care about Chaz. So, okay, first thing I want to show you is Han's status there. He dying. Isn't that great? It's fantastic. And then we're gonna set up our first menu here, so let me handle that. Alright. So, lots to talk about there. There's some cool stuff about this game. So the first thing I did was change the order of my party. Right now, Rune is like super overpowered for where I am in the game. And you want to put him in the front. People towards the front are more likely to get hit than those in the back. And you want your boy Rune in there. I also took off Rune's equipment. His helmet and his body armor are just for selling. But most importantly, I took his weapon off because something you probably never knew playing casually, if you ever did, is that the wood cane can be used as an item in battle, and it actually is the lowest tier single target spell for free, and that anybody can use. So that's really great. And then the other thing we did was set up our first macro. So macros are pretty unique to this game. Basically, when you set up a macro, you set up your party's actions ahead of time in the specific order that you want, so that the battle goes exactly how you want it to go. Otherwise, if you kind of input the inputs individually, or the actions individually, then turn order is like ridiculously wild. You can't predict it at all. So what you want to do with macros is set it up so that it goes exactly the way you want. And the way this is set up is that Rune is going to go first and use his Gra ability. It's basically just a AoE, like, flat damage, basically. And it's really good, as you can tell, because I can just one-shot everybody. Yeah, kind of similar to Gambit's. Gambit's, I think, are a little bit more complicated just because 12 kind of runs on real-time, right? But yeah, very similar. It's not so much like where it's kind of like, well, if X happens, you do Y. It's more of like, just we're gonna do these actions, period, no matter what. But as you can see, is that you can set up 7 macros at the same time, and so depending on the situation, especially even in the speedrun, I might have 5 or 4 different macros for one fight, just to see what's, just because that's what's useful. And so macros are not only great just to make sure things go in the turn that you want them to go, but they're also great because they save you menu time as well. I don't have to sit and input the actions over and over and over again if I'm going to be doing the same thing every time. So it's pretty cool. 8 macros. There you go. Okay, so you probably also have noticed I'm sitting around and I'm fighting encounters as well. This game is RTA glitchless. The task can make use of something that, a glitch that we can't really make use of in RTA, and so because this is essentially glitchless, there aren't a lot of tricks to get us through easily, and anybody who knows this game knows that, it's not easy. And so there are a number of grinds in the game that you have to do because you need to make sure you reach a certain threshold, or else you're not gonna really be able to progress. Like, is it possible? Of course anything is possible, but not very likely. And so you're gonna be seeing that a handful of times in this run. And we're just trying to reach a milestone of money right now, which I just hit. And now we're able to leave. We weren't really looking for a specific level, we really wanted a money threshold, but hitting that money threshold gets us to, a relatively the same, level every time. So it is what it is. Now we're in a Motavian village. These are the natives of the planet. The human-looking people are actually kind of, immigrants, if you will. And we're gonna do some buying here. That's what we wanted all the money for. I'm gonna buy titanium mail and 6 carbon shields. And then I'm gonna buy 2 telepipes, which let me teleport to towns I've been to. And I'm gonna buy, well, it looks like only 2 escapipes, which let me escape dungeons. Oops. And then we're gonna hit our next cutscene. So here's Grandfather Doran. He seems to know a lot, and what we want to know about are the measurements of our party member, Alice, which he's all about, but he doesn't realize Alice is actually in our party and takes a punch to the face. Yeah, so one nice thing about this game is a couple things here. I'm going to wait on what I was going to say and reference this here, where kind of like, it's an old game, so it's not like there are full-on cutscenes like a lot of us are used to, but it was probably one of the first, if not the first games to kind of show these kind of comic book panels, to kind of show you extra context about what's going on, and I think that's really cool. And so Rune and Grandfather Doran are going to run off, and before Rune leaves, he tells you not to fight Zio all ominously, and which you never really had talked about anyway, and so it kind of leaves you with a sour taste in your mouth. But you're going to move on. They say the chemical we need to cure Petrify is in the basement. There might be some monsters in the basement, though. So they give you their boy Grizz, who I'm immediately going to steal his armor from. Oops. I'm going to try to steal his armor. And then I'm going to equip all my dudes. basically we're equipping new armor, and most importantly what we're doing is putting shields on everybody, because again, enemies in this game are quite serious, and the shields really help us actually, you know, not die. And so it's pretty good right now. And we're just gonna head in. We did set up a very important macro as macro A, where basically the 3 people who can use elemental techniques, which is everybody but Grizz at this point, are using their abilities back to back to back. And again, because I set it up in a macro and I'm not doing it individually, it guarantees, so you'll see it right here, it guarantees that they use their abilities in the correct order. And in this case, using those 3 abilities sets up a combination technique called Tri-Blaster. There are a number of double and triple techniques, kind of like Chrono Trigger, which you just kind of have to experiment with. And that's one of the most useful ones that we have, especially in the early game right there. I don't want to fight anything. Things in here are pretty dangerous, and you don't really want to take the damage, and they're not that lucrative either. So pretty much the only fights I'm going to take are surprise attacks where I'm guaranteed to go first, which most times you're getting through without even getting even one of those, but we did happen to get one this time, which is cool. But much like the other dungeons, otherwise, we're just trying to move through. We're not going to take any encounters again unless there's a surprise attack, and we just want to move on. Nice. So already you're kind of seeing some of the RNG swings that can happen all throughout the game. You know, yes, your speed stat and thus your overall level can have an effect on, you know, your ability to run away or stuff like that, but ultimately it's still up to chance. And you're already kind of seeing me lose time here and there because of bad luck, basically. But we found the Ash Line, which is going to heal the petrification, and Grizz is like, you know what, whether you're going for Zeo or not, I want to come with you, and Chaz is like, nah, but then Alice is like, yeah. So, since Alice is the boss, we're going. And we bought those pipes so we can escape immediately and get back to the town immediately. And now we've saved everybody. Everybody has lived happily ever after at this point. The game is over. We beat the game in 17 minutes. And everybody's happy. And so we're chilling. But unfortunately, peace does not last, because some monster shows up. Out of the cave we found all the statues in. And so now we're gonna let Jesus take the wheel once again, because we want to one-shot this guy with Grizz's crash ability. Which of course we didn't, so... Okay, so we're gonna keep trying. We have 6 more tries, but obviously it's faster to get it first try. And we'll use Alice to, oh my god. Okay. Alright. We'll use Alice to take care of the... Okay. And, yeah, alright, so we're 3 times down the drain already. Okay. Hello. Please don't have me run out of crash. Oh my god, dude, what is happening? Oh, okay. You're really banking on him getting it once out of 7 times, dude. Because if it doesn't hit, it's like, okay. Oh boy. Alright, so... Everything's fine. So just another taste of what this game can offer any interested speedrunners out there. And so there's like almost roughly a 2/3 chance to hit, and it took 5 times. So imagine the percentage chance. I'm not gonna do the math, no math, but We're gonna basically follow the trail, and basically we head to my favorite dungeon with the favorite song, where the monsters maybe seem to be coming from, possibly. At least that's what we're trying to find out. And we're in the biolab now. Let me see our health right now. Our health is good, and this is our first joint with robots, and robots are like super lucrative, so we actually definitely want to fight stuff in here. Not monsters, definitely robots. But yeah, definitely enjoy the music. Unfortunately, music in this game starts over every time you get an encounter, and of course the encounter rate's typically high. But but we will get a cutscene, and we'll hear a full loop of it, so it's all good. We do want to take these fights for sure. We definitely want money and experience moving on. And so we're able to try Blaster 3 battles, and that's what I'll do. And I'm not gonna heal Grizz ever, or almost ever. Oh no! The snipe, dude, okay. Alright. Okay, well, so there's a reason why I saved before this dungeon, because as you can see, if you're unlucky enough, okay. So if you're unlucky enough, you don't actually make it out of here. And in a PB attempt, like, okay, you would die, and of course you would just start over, but obviously we can't do that. So now we didn't get to fight 3 encounters, so we're behind in levels and money. And now, oh god, and we have to try to move on through. Please? Alright, so we only have 2 more rooms to get through with solo Alice here. And we're just gonna have to live with being behind on experience. That just is what it is. Alright, we made it. we made it. Everybody dying. And we're introduced to another main character, Rika. We'll learn more about her in a minute here. But basically, she's explaining to you how basically supercomputers control the climate and like basically condition of the planet, and they don't seem to be working very well. And so she introduces you to one of the supercomputers, Seed, who's here. And what Seed will eventually tell you is some of the same stuff, but this computer here will also tell you about Rika, who is basically a genetically modified and like completely created life form. And it's kind of like the perfect being, if you will, with the great fashion sense. And there's yet another callback to older games. So, like, the reason why Phantasy Star 4, one of the many reasons why Phantasy Star 4 is so very strong, besides its, great soundtrack and great systems, is also it's a very, very good callback to the rest of the series. It references things from all the games, and really wraps the story together as kind of like a 4-game series. And so that's pretty cool. And so basically, Seed, the supercomputer, asks you to take Rika with you, and you're like, okay. And you don't question it at all. You don't question what it's like to hang out with an artificial being made by a computer. But it's fine. And then Seed decides to blow itself up. Because, I don't know. Probably, I guess, so it can't like get corrupted like all the other systems, I would guess. And, yeah, so then we move on. So Rika cries a little bit, and Alice is straight up like, yeah, it's time to move on, Rika, alright? And then, yeah. So no time to grieve. Let's go to the inn. And we're gonna make a substantial pit stop here nearby this town, which is the Wreckage. I'm gonna do a little bit of menuing here, so hang on. We're gonna, again, change our order because, remember, we want certain people in the front because they can actually take hits. And then we're gonna macro here as well. And then I'm gonna save it. So the Wreckage is 100% a side dungeon. And even in any percent attempt, you would 100% come here. The gear, there's some really, really great gear in here you would never want to skip out on. And nice miss. And so you would definitely do that. We also want to gain some levels for sure, because we're about to get through or try to get through one of the hardest fights in the game after this dungeon. And so we definitely want to level up too. The main difference between what we're going to see here for a marathon run versus a PB attempt is the fact that we're going to spend some extra time in here. Normally you would just run through. Whatever happens, happens. You're really looking out for Rika being level 5 and Chaz being level 6, and then that's just kind of it. And of course you want to grab the gear, but what we're going to do here is stay an extra amount of time. Oops. Because I want to hit one extra level with Chaz and Rika, just to make things a tad bit more reliable. A tad bit more reliable. So we already grabbed one good item. It's the ceramic shield. We put it on Rika to keep her defense up. She still has one claw, so she can still do a little bit of damage. And we're just gonna move on. And well, basically what we have set up are two main macros. The one I just used, Macro H, is designed to fight two enemies like this. And then my other main macro is the Tri-Blaster still for bigger encounters. You don't want to really waste your Tri-Blasters on a 2-pack. It's not really worth it. Alright, so we have gotten everything we want. We got a ceramic shield from last dungeon. Or, sorry, a ceramic sword from last dungeon, which Chaz is using. We got new ceramic mail for him as well, and we got a ceramic shield for Rika. So we've gotten everything we want. We got a Dimate, which is a mid-tier healing item, just in case for later. We got a little bit of money, and we got a ceramic knife, which we're not going to use. We want that for money as well. I also want to point out that any grind that I partake in with Grizz in my party, I want him dead, because he's basically taking experience away from the rest of the party. Experience is split up between who's alive. And I just want to point out right now how he has lived through the entire dungeon. Okay, I had to get that out of my system. I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous, dude. Okay, things are a little bit more normal now. And since Rika and Chaz are pretty much the only party members I care about their experience with, that's why I'm not healing Alice or anything like that. I'm just gonna let them go. It's all good. So again, what I'm looking for, instead of level 5 Rika and level 6 Chaz, we're looking for level 6 Rika and level 7 Chaz. It just makes things a little bit more reliable for the big side quests we're going to be doing in just a little bit. But, nice miss. Nice miss again. And so, you know, again, normally I wouldn't be wasting my time in here right now. I would have called it done as soon as I had gotten all the items. Yeah, so that's the double great part, right? So the status for death is dying, and then you see everybody who's dying also just glides across the room. It's pretty great. I really don't want to fight them. Those guys are mean, and I don't want to do it. Alright, we did it. So let's get out of here. Yeah, if only you could just kind of blitzkrieg through the game, but unfortunately you do have to level in multiple places to get through safely. But anyway, we've made it to Aido now. And this is basically your home. This is your home. You live here. This is where the Hunters Guild is at as well. So you can actually get a free inn here by staying at home if you want, but we're not really going to worry about that. I'm going to buy a little bit of gears, one saber claw. I'm not even going to use it right now. One ceramic helm, and one what I assume is graphite shield to up our defense a little bit. When we get to the next thing that we're doing, you'll understand the items might not look like they're doing much, but it's pretty important to have them. And we're going to hit up our Hunters Guild here for the first time, where they, over the course of the game, slowly unlock different side quests for you to do for extra money and experience. So we're going to take the first side quest right now, which is the Sandworm. And just because you can get the side quests at a certain time doesn't mean you're necessarily ready for it, but we're gonna go for it. And the reason why we have to do this Sandworm is he gives 1 billion experience, 1 billion money, and it's either this or you grind for like 12 hours, so yeah. Anywho, let's get our equipment going. Let's get our helm put on. Let's get our other shield put on. And then let's actually put Grizz's armor back on so he can tank more than one hit. And then I'm going to set up some macros right now. So the first thing I'm going to do is put that wood cane on for Rika. Not on, but she's going to use it because, again, it's a free heal. Oops. And then we're going to set up a Tri-Blaster. We're going to set up another heal. Because once Tri-Blaster runs out, then we still need to do stuff. And then we're also going to set up a defense macro with that as well. What am I doing? Okay. Alright. So now we're gonna fight the glorious Sandworm. I'm gonna let you enjoy what this fight looks like. Alright, so we're gonna reset immediately. Because you kinda want that guy alive. So we're attacking with Grizz, we're using Saner with Alice, because it increases our agility. And we're going to use Vision to try to up our hit rate, and then Chaz is going to bust out his best ability right now, Crosscut. And then he only has one, though, so we're just going to move on from there. We're then going to shift with Alice, because it increases attack power. And then all we can really do from here is try to bust out our best abilities possible. This boss fight will take a while. And as you can see already, when I died on the... Well, I didn't die, but I did need to reset on the very first turn. This fight is very volatile. And so it's very, very simple to lose, to just keep dying here. And in a PB attempt, one death means the run's over. And so ultimately, the run... You've seen some of the RNG, and you can probably recognize how difficult it can be to PB. But the reality of what makes this game probably the most frustrating is that you very often do not make it through this fight, and you have to reset and try and start your speedrun attempt over. But so far, so good. Okay. So we got all our Tri-Blasters off. Basically, I want him to start killing off party members that are not Rika and Chaz. But I can certainly afford to do some extra damage before that happens. Okay. So our only survivors are expected to be Rika and Han. Now, why do I keep saying Han instead of Chaz? What's going on here? Rika and Chaz, excuse me. Which should happen on its own over time here. Unless he never hits Grizz. Alright, let's take it a little bit safer. Alright, so... Oh my god, he's still alive. So basically now we're just gonna wait this out. Rika has all the shields on, and she's defending, so oftentimes she can only take 1 damage. Nice. Alright, so we did it. We did it. And you can see you get a billion XP there, and everything worked out nicely. One of the main things to recognize is 2 things here for that fight. One, spoilers, Grizz, Alice, and Han are not permanent party members. I don't know why I'm walking out. Because I have the teleport spells now. Grizz, Alice, and Han are not permanent party members, and so they kind of steal all your experience if you have them all alive with Sandworm. Not to mention, it'd be really freaking hard to keep them all alive anyway. The other nice thing is that party members that join your party and then leave but are destined to come back also get the experience. So not only did I get a bajillion experience for Rika and Chaz, 2 really important party members, I also technically got all of that experience for Rune as well, because he's going to be coming back a little bit later. Spoilers again, sorry. And so that fight ends up being ridiculously useful. Money experience for not just the party members that survive, but the party member that will come back as well. Pretty great. And now that we've gotten that side quest out of the way, we are actually of relatively good level, even casually. And we're ready to move on. So, if and when you do see me do side stuff, it's because that side stuff actually helps you progress through the speedrun, or else you wouldn't be doing it, right? It's a speedrun. I'm gonna make a little pit stop here as well. You don't really need to come here, like, at all, ever. But I like to just have a little bit of extra money in a marathon setting, just in case. And then we're gonna move on. So what we're gonna do now is carry out the plans that Seed and Rika gave to us. Right now we're not really ready to fight Zio, but what they told you is that Zio has kidnapped an android named Demi, and Demi is supposedly capable of being able to fix all the weather systems. And so we're gonna enter Zio's tower, not to have a confrontation with him, but just to try to sneak in and rescue Demi and get out to try to fix things. So once again, the only times I'll be going out of my way is to get chests or items that are absolutely crucial. So 2,000 Meseta, which is the currency, is right now super useful. Same with this chest here. Completely out of the way, but laser sword, for sure you want that upgrade. Nice, my name is spelled right now. Excellent. Okay. You really don't want to fight anything here. Everything is pretty hard for me to kill right now. And they do a lot of damage, and I am not geared up for them at all. And they're not really lucrative either, so... like, we're just gonna run from everything. And ultimately, only Rika and Chaz are really able to do much of anything. The others are very, very weak. So we're just gonna move on. We're gonna pick up this laser claw for sure. And then we're about to hit a boss again, and you're gonna see kind of the same thing again, because my 3 back characters right now are not permanent, and so we really want to just keep leveling the people who will be useful to us the whole game. Alright, so let's put your laser sword on. Let's put your laser claws on. We're gonna take off armor as well, for no real reason. I mean, there is a reason, I just don't want to say. And now we're going to fight Juza. So we're going to do a lot of the same stuff. We want to get that Saner off. To get our turns to come before Juza every time. And then we're going to bust out our best abilities. And once again, what we're looking for is to get only Rika and Chaz alive. So that's the worst possible start we could have possibly hoped for. In fact, I can't even depend on him right now. Chaz's HP is a little low for my taste. Okay, so we only got one Saner or shift off, which is unfortunate. And we're a little low, so basically we're seeing one of the worst starts for Juza you can possibly get. Single targets are definitely far more useful. And right now, since Rika is going to be doing more damage, I'm going to use her turns to attack and Chaz to heal. But because I know she can handle any attack that comes after with 82 HP, then I'm going to go ahead and attack with both. Okay, that's probably still safe, but I'm gonna keep healing anyway. So honestly, this is a Juza. That's all I'll say about that. All right. Okay, that's completely reasonable. Okay. Okay. I mean, it's fine. Like, it's not a fight you're gonna die to, but it is a fight you can lose a billion on. Alright, we got him, though. We're gonna heal just... I should not have used Chaz. Actually, he has an FMP, or TP anyway. That's fine. I'm gonna heal just in case, because there are still 2 rooms to get through, and if you're unlucky and get an ambush or can't escape, then... then yeah, you don't. Okay. Okay. Then, yeah, you don't want to die. Okay, woo! There you go. We're fine. Everything's fine. So we're gonna heal Demi. And you're gonna learn about her abilities immediately. She starts talking about how basically she's a medical android. So a lot of her skills are healing based. And then, unfortunately, our boy Zio shows up. And the fog machines start up. And, you know, his eyes will start to go red. And you're like, oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. And he starts doing his little monologue. Oh, we're gonna destroy the world and for our dark god. And whatever dark gods want to do is what I'm gonna do. And you're gonna fight him. And it's gonna go really well. This is he sets up his magic barrier, which you can't break through. And so we're gonna run to make this storyline fight go faster. He's gonna summon whatever that is, and then he's gonna Black Wave Chaz every time to set up this next cutscene where Alice will jump in the way, and you will retreat. And goodbye, awesome boss fight song, because the fight's already over. And you teleport to Han's hometown, where you meet his fiancée, who's a school teacher, and you try to help Alice out, and you get a little bit of sad music, and they talk about how basically standard healing doesn't seem to be working on her, and everybody is super worried about it, and she will eventually tell you, you know what, Rune's probably the only one who can deal with this, and you have to go looking for him. And even though Chaz hates that guy, he's a disgusting, conceited jerk, but he's just like, okay, well, you know what? We don't have a choice. We have to do it. And then Grizz gives you some information. He thinks he knows where they are, and there's no way to get through the quicksand to get there, except Demi, now that we're here with Demi, she's like, dude, actually, there's this giant vehicle that can drive over quicksand, no problem. And you're like, oh, alright. Sounds good. You leave Han there to take care of Alice. I don't have enough TP, dang. So now we have to walk out of town and use our legs like a sucker because I accidentally used too much TP. But it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You head down here and the secret factory pops up. Even though Phantasy Star series is far more sci-fi oriented than most other major series, they still do rock that balance between like fantasy and technology. They just definitely tend to be way more on the technology side than most other series we're familiar with. Agreed, Hyrule. Agreed. Alice is not dead. Possibly she dying, but she's not dead. She's laying in bed right now. Then we get some more story points. Demi talks about how even if they fix the systems on Matavia, there's actually a computer system in space that you have to fix also. But that's neither here nor there. Here's our giant Land Rover just chilling. And now we're going to get to one of my favorite lines here. Look at the luster, the massiveness. That's all I'm going to say because this is RPG Limit Break's channel. But I want everybody to know I really enjoy that sentence. And that's all I'm going to say about that. You do get vehicle combat, but typically vehicle combat's either way too easy or impossible, and so they're really not worth fighting either. I'm going to stop by this town again for teleportation purposes. Otherwise, yeah, we don't need to do anything there. And then we're going to keep going here. You can't normally cross this sand here without the vehicle, so that's kind of how they keep you from sequence breaking or anything like that. Okay. Then we'll hit up Termy. Termy's got some good armor. I'm going to save just in case I do something dumb. And we're going to sell a bunch of stuff. We have a lot of equipment to get through, and unfortunately you can only do it one at a time. And there's a fair bit of text even with the fastest text speed, so we're just going to be sitting here for a while you listen to the shop music and have your ears bleed. But it's okay. But remember, we really want that wood cane because it casts a heal spell that we really want. But everything else can get out of here. Can get out of here. Yeah, unfortunately some stuff happened and the schedule had to shift around a little bit, so we are playing this game like 3 hours early or whatever, which it is what it is. Alright, now that we've sold everything, we have 20k, and we're going to spend dang near all of it for a Psy Mail, 2 Psy Shields, and a Psy Crown. The reason why I like getting that laser slasher in a marathon run is that lets me buy everything that I need in one round. One round of buying. Yes. And then we're off to Ladea Tower, where Rune is supposed to be. And we're gonna hear some hot music for just a few notes each time, because of encounters, you know. Demi is not a permanent party member, no. Perhaps I should actually do a better job of looking at chat. I've been kind of lazy about it, I'm not gonna lie. Hit me up with your favorite questions, and I'll probably answer half of them. Alright, so here's my boy. We got Rune back. And anybody who remembers this game knows that Rune is very much like a glass cannon. But since we're about to double shield him up, he's actually going to become pretty hefty. Let's see, Grizz, Demi, Rune, Rika, Chaz. Put Yo shields on. Can I answer half? I don't think so. What do I think about Final Fantasy Legend 3? I'm glad the real category was played at this marathon. That's about all I got. Nice ambush. Goodbye, Grizz. Combat tactics, don't die. Rune, worst character in the game? Not true. That wasn't even a question, though. Am I Vietnamese? Yes. If I had to come up with a better status effect than dying, I don't know if there's anything better than that, to be honest. I'm gonna have to think about that one. Anyway, we're moving on through. I'm running again from everything. I don't need to fight anything, and everything's hard anyway. And everybody will die. And I'm grabbing a Stardew and some money. Frayed Mantle, also good. Armor. And the Stardew, right now, we don't have access to outside of chests, and it's a all-party heal. Not quite full HP, but quite a bit. And, wow, what a really good tower overall. So let's see. We're going to bring Grizz back, because we actually do want him to tank a hit or two. Wow, he's level 7. I've never seen that before. That's awesome. Alright, let's go. No! No! Oh, God. Why, dude? Okay. So much for tanking hits, dude. Oh my god. Dude. What is this run, man? Alright, so we're gonna use Barrier, cuts magic damage. We're gonna use Giwa because it does hecka damage to him. We're gonna use D-Band to up our defense as well. And Grizz ain't gonna do nothing because he dying. Oh, God. Whew. Okay, let's go. Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah, we're just gonna have to go for it. And hope Rika goes. Okay. Okay. That's fine. It's just gonna... This fight is really gonna slow down, though. That's all. Everything should be fine, but... Unfortunately, we're just gonna have to heal, like, every turn, probably, and it's gonna just slow the fight down, and I might cry a little, I guess. I don't know. I mean, my audio is balanced, so... It might be a little low in general, I suppose, but... It is technically balanced. I don't know if Restreamer can do anything about that or not. RoboChick has a gun, yes. Androids use guns. You can always turn up your own stuff as well. But these are the 3 people we want. So basically, like, we wanted only these 3 people alive anyway, but at the end of the day, when you have 2 people who can tank more hits, then your damage dealers have more chances to deal damage. So it's just, it just went a little slower than it ought to have, but we were not in danger at all. And now we get to the original Eris scene. Now that we have the Psycho on, Alice seems to take a turn for the worse. And, well, you can imagine what's gonna happen now. She's moved on from the realm of dying to actual death, so the character is gone. This is a big part of why we took her equipment off, because we wanted to sell it before she died forever and ever and ever and ever, and will never come back ever. DED, exactly. She ain't dying, she dead. Everybody's sad, looking at the stars, trying to learn the secret of the stars, perhaps. But I guess they weren't watching RPG Limit Break's channel, so they don't know. Alright. Now that we have the Psycho on, though, we are ready to get our revenge. Ready to get our revenge. After a little bit of shopping, that is. We're gonna be saying what up to Zio here real soon. She rotten. Oh, man. Check out this crowd, dude. Unbelievable. And we want to upgrade Rika's one shield. That's legitimately the only reason why we came here. Alright. Oh, dear. Alright, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Alright, so let's save it. And now we can re-enter Zio's tower. We can break this barrier, which I never bothered with in the first place. And we can head into Zio's real base, which is actually another, like, supercomputer area. So it's actually another robot area that's supposed to be helping to control all the problems that are happening here. It's not the end-all be-all, but it's still a place you need to fix and have someone on your side, like, looking out for at all times. So we're gonna go in. Once again, we do not need any single encounter. And so the RNG needed in this place is just, you know, am I gonna get ambushed or any can't escapes, because that's what's gonna swing my time in the negative. Obviously, the more encounters I get into, the worse as well, but you're gonna get into encounters, that's gonna happen. And so it's more about, is this stuff gonna happen? Oops, that's not where the door is. That's what I get for trying to look at chat. This way. Alright. We're cruising, though. We've only had one can't escape so far. Excuse me. I said we only have one. You just made me a liar. This game just turned me into a liar, dude. Unbelievable. Get me out of here. Okay, well, we've only had two can't escapes. So far, it's going okay. It's going okay. You lying? Oh no, dude. It is not on console now. Unbelievable. But anyway. We're just gonna waltz up to Zio slowly but surely. We're almost there. And everything's gonna be fine. I mean, as you can see, the Rune takes, like, no damage. He's actually, like, pretty great right now. Alright, we made it. And thankfully, we don't get encounters in here, so I shouldn't be getting wrecked like I did the last time. We're gonna set up some macros here as well, so give me one moment. We're gonna make heavy use of the wood cane in this, ooh, that's not what I want. In this fight, for sure. That's not what I want either. Oops. Alright, let's go. So Macro C is the first one I'm gonna use. It sets it so that Grizz uses the Psycho Wand first, and he's the most useless damage-wise or buff-wise. And so we definitely want that to go down. Again, otherwise you never know what order anything is going to go in. And then the other macros are set up for healing and attacks. And you'll see what I mean, because I'll be using them quite a bit. And now we can fully enjoy the boss fight here. We got all of our buffs up, magic, physical, speed. And now we're gonna go for it. You can see how much damage you can pump out, and we're like so not ready to be dealing with anything remotely like that. Yeah. The good news is we're not trying to keep everybody alive in this fight. The only people who are going to be alive in this fight are Rune and Rika. Nice. That's hot. That is hot. Buffs, unfortunately, do not stack now. That would sure be nice. Okay. And so you're basically going to be seeing the same two macros in most cases. When I know Rika's at a safe HP level, or a Rune too, then I will use double slash and Giveaway. Otherwise, I will use some sort of form of healing and Giveaway every single turn. Nice 16, nice variance. And now you can see the kind of the power of the Wood Cane here. It's gonna keep Rika's HP up the entire fight, and it doesn't cost me a single thing. Unfortunately, he's hitting me with a bunch of single targets, so every time he does that, I do need to switch what I'm doing and do stuff manually. So the ideal is that he basically just keeps AoEing me every turn, so that I can just keep using the same macro over and over again. Instead, he's being a dick, and he's switching off what he's doing every single turn. But ultimately, wow, literally every other turn, dude. This fight ends up being, for as epic as it's supposed to be and whatnot, speedrun-wise, it just ends up being really, 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 really simple. You just slowly Giveaway him to death, and yeah, and just keep your health up. What is happening, dude? This is how you run out of TP, man. Yeah, so I guess it's another good time to talk about some of the silly aspects of this game. This game does not... Oh, gosh. This game does not mess around with your typical, like, names that everybody's used to. It goes with, like, all kinds of, like, weird, ridiculous stuff. Like half the time, you have no idea what is even going on right now. So you really do have to, like, test everything out. It's pronounced Jif. Says you. Now at least he's starting to be nice, and he's starting to stick with his AoE, because I'm actually almost out of TP, so... Cool. Got him. And then we're gonna lose Demi. Not worried about her gear or anything like that. It's not a big deal. Or she'd be pretty useless without it. We did steal her armor though, so there's that. It's all good. Now she's gonna start fixing up stuff, or trying, but again, she's gonna reiterate that we have to go to Zealand, out in outer space. And luckily for us, we got a spaceship right nearby. And so, no problem. No problem. Unfortunately, it's not time to go to outer space quite yet. We do have access to more side quests now, and we are going to specifically do one, which will pump up levels for my remaining party members. Grizz is going to leave us, unfortunately, or fortunately. Goodbye, Grizz. And basically what we're left with here is our three of our very, very, very core party members. These party members will stick with us the rest of the game, which is exactly why they've been the ones getting the experience, at least where possible. And we actually like these party members, so it's all good. Alright, so we are going to do Fissure of Fear. Very short, hardly longer than Sandworm. And in this quest, this area has been kind of hit by earthquakes, so you can see this big fissure here. And what happens is that this girl's son has fallen in, and we need to save him. And that's up to us now. Well, the stream restarted before this run started, so that should pretty much give you a hint at how long the stream's been going. If you're talking about the entire marathon, then it started on Sunday or Monday, I already forget. Probably Monday. Very, very short dungeon, nothing going inside, we don't want to fight anything, and now we are gonna fight this giant ooze. We're gonna get into an encounter, and then we're gonna fight this giant ooze. And it's just a little mini boss again, hooking us up with some XP, so we're gonna buff up here. Hits me with the AoE, or sorry, the single target, which kind of sucks, but it's okay. And we actually want Chaz to die in here, so I'm gonna keep everybody else up, but I don't want Chaz living right now. Yeah, everybody's HP is fine. Yeah, you need to not do that. There you go. There you go. Alright, let's just play it a little safe. Alright. And let's go. It's not even, honestly, the end of the world at all if Chaz lives, but I'm just gonna keep it consistent. I'm not really worried about it, obviously. It's a marathon run, so as long as we keep making progress, then we're all good. And you see some level pumps there. That's nice. One of the awesome things that we just got is a revive spell from Rune and a very weak AoE heal from Rika. Which, the revive, of course, especially being useful. And now with that side quest out of the way, we are ready. We are ready to go to outer space. And I'm gonna play the outer space scenes for you one time. I think they're really cool. Great song, great looks. I think it's really cool. But obviously this wastes time, so I'm not gonna do it again. Yep. And now we're at Zealand. We're gonna try to fix the problem. And before we do that, we are gonna stop by and pick up 6 free chests, all of which have great upgrades, or at least are worth a solid chunk of money. And this one at the bottom here is also necessary to advance the story. And then we're gonna meet our next core party member who will be with us the rest of the game, Ren. A giant robot who normally takes care of Zealand, and he will start communicating to us that there are some systems problems on Dezolis, or God knows what. And we're gonna have to head there instead. Not even Dezolis, another satellite, excuse me. I'm getting mixed up here. Kuran. We're just gonna end up in Dezolis. Anyway. And so, the problem isn't here, it's in another satellite. We need to fly out there, and he's gonna join us. And Ren is definitely another very, very good party member. So, we're gonna put an AoE gun on him, we're gonna put the plasma sword on, we're gonna put the plasma claw on, and then we're gonna get on out of here. And we're gonna head to Kuran. Or are we? Because, unfortunately, somewhere along the line, someone snuck onto our ship. And we're gonna have to go check it out. And here's a creepy guy. And we're gonna kill him. We're gonna kill him good. Ow. Boom. Told ya. Told ya. Unfortunately, the damage he's done to the ship has been pretty good, so we're gonna have to make a crash landing on Dezolis here. Everybody's chilling and Chaz is freaking out. He still has a lot of growing up to do, you know. It's okay though. And then we end up on this planet here. So there's it's, you know your lore for this. There's 3 planets: Parma, Dezolis, and Matavia. Parma blows up in the second one, so that one's gone. But Matavia and Dezolis are in number 2 as well, and you spend a lot of time on both planets. This is the snowy planet where the inhabitants of planet Namek live. I mean, the Dezolians live. I mean, it's not bad lore, to be honest. Maybe after Namek blew up, they moved over here. Hard to say. But now we beat Raja, or well, we'll beat him too, but we meet Raja, and he's a teller of terrible jokes that no one puts up with at all. And what he's all about is he's squishy as heck, but he is a mean, mean, mean healer. Which we don't care about at all. So again, the 4 there on the right are my core. Raja is a temporary party member, so once again, it's gonna we don't care about Raja at all. Soon enough, he'll find himself dying as well. He's a fantastic character in the speedrun, or in the casual setting, for sure. My head is all mixed up. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't get a lot of sleep. And I'm not trying to be like freaking high spirits, that's not what I mean at all. It's just, you know, things happen. I've ran 1 marathon before in my life. I know what's up. So we had to shift things around a little bit. So basically now, I just went to the wrong place. Go me. God, we already have, let's see here. We already have a lead on another ship. And that's what we're going to be doing right now. And we're going to be setting up some macros again as well. Let's see here. And then, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how things go, we will be setting up some macros because we definitely want to gain some levels before we fight the next boss. And the reason why I had to talk to the rumor guy in town is even if I walked up to this grave right now, nothing would happen. And so I have to hit the story trigger and then move on. But anyway, point being, we're going to be doing some leveling. Not here, but in the next place. And because, again, Raja is temporary, we want him dead while all that leveling's going on. And we're going to be looking for a very specific threshold, and that is Chaz hitting level 17. So that he can learn a different spell that will be very, 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 very useful on the boss that's coming up. So we travel through this quick dungeon. We pick up a new helmet for Ren on the way. It's not a big deal. You don't even have to get it, but I like getting it. There are fights later on where like he survives with like 2 hit points, so it's like, you know what? I kind of want the extra defense. And then we just move through to get our next ship. So that was good. I mean, we crashed our other ship, but you know, like we just got a new one immediately. It's all good. And now we can head on to our mission to head to the next satellite here. Alright. We will not take every single fight. Some fights are not very lucrative. Honestly, I shouldn't necessarily even take this one, because you're guaranteed to take 1 billion damage like that. But in a marathon setting, I'm gonna take practically everything that's at least somewhat useful, because extra XP, of course, loses you time in a PB attempt, but in a marathon run, levels are gonna be our friend. So if we get some extra fights, like I'm not too worried about it. You know, in a PB attempt, you'd be trying to maintain that balance of running away and taking fights just to make sure you really don't fight anything extra. But again, in a marathon setting, I am all for fighting everything, almost everything, as long as it's not like a legitimately terrible fight. So that's 1 level for Chaz. He's now 16. Oops, I just healed the wrong person. One thing to note as well, as something that will come up in the near future, is how androids and humans are different. Regular healing does not work on androids at all. They have to heal themselves their own way. There's a couple of different special spells that will heal everybody, but in most cases, not so much. So that's another thing you often have to keep in mind as well. We also just got the most lucrative fight possible in this dungeon, so that's pretty cool too. Androids also recover HP every step that you take, so sometimes I won't bother healing Ren, just because he'll heal up a decent chunk before the next encounter in at least a decent amount of situations. Depending on, you know, it just depends on the dungeon too. Other dungeons, you know, no matter what, I'd probably heal him to full because you could end up eating a lot of damage. But as it stands right now, like it's not really a big deal. And this honestly is going to be a big trend throughout the rest of the game. Older routes of this game used to be like, okay, so the next boss is blank, and you have to be, you know, level 20 before you can fight this battle safely. And older routes used to be just kind of like, okay, so let's get to level 20 before we even get there. And now it's a lot of the grinding that you do happens en route, which actually saved a lot more time than you know, their average person might have guessed. Yes, androids don't need TP, also correct. So, like, on one hand, they tend to be, like, Ren is, like, really strong. He's got some cool stuff that he does. So, like, that's cool, but then at other times, you really just wish your heals hit him too, you know, and stuff like that. But, I mean, it is what it is. It's not a big deal. As far as I know, there's nothing special. It's just, it's late in the game as far as Genesis lies, so they kind of knew what they were doing. Just really well done. And Genesis sound chip is also just really unique sounding in general, so. But this is kind of the nature of the next few dungeons, for better or for worse, where, again, in a PB attempt, I wouldn't be fighting everything, but you would definitely be fighting stuff on your way through. And because I'm going to be taking extra levels than I normally would anyway, I'm going to fight more than I normally would. But RNG is RNG too, so, you know, if I get 12 more encounters and they're all bad, I'm not going to start fighting them just because. I'm only going to fight stuff that I can get through easily, like this, for example. We're almost done with this dungeon, though. This is the last, like, really, really long stretch of one room. And it looks like we're getting decent luck encounter-wise for now, anyway. We're picking up some really basic stuff, some money and some repair kits, and we also got some armor. Repair kits are basically healing and reviving for androids only, and so the ones that I pick up are the only ones I'm going to be getting throughout the game, so it's actually really important that I do get them. If you really wanted to be like a boss, yeah, maybe you wouldn't bother, but they're a good pickup, in my opinion. Alright, well, I'm glad they didn't hit Chaz again. Chaz is just really, really soft. But I think my favorite enemy, I think it came up like 20 minutes ago or something. It probably has to be Life Deleter. I like that one. That one has grown on me for sure. Life Deleter is such a good name. Alright, we're here. I'm gonna... There's a cutscene to get through, or I guess a little bit of text basically before you really get started. So I'm gonna get through that first, and then we're gonna do some heavy menuing. So let's see here. All right. Nope. Nope. Oops. I just did Raja, didn't I? Yep. Alright, so we set up some equipment. I want Raja and Rune to die, but I don't want them to die right away, so we do a little bit of equipping to make them sit in that middle ground. We want Rika in front because oftentimes she might get targeted with a single attack, which, since I put the plasma field on, she'll only take one from. And then we set up some macros. So this is our first macro here, again, to set up all our buffs, magic defense, physical defense, and speed. And then we're going to bust out a couple attacks. And then from here, we are going to... It's just very variable. So actually, I'm going to heal with you, and that way I can get a Saint Fire off, which you definitely want to do, because it does a lot of damage from where I am. And the reason why we leveled up Chaz to 17 is because of Githu, which is going to do a lot of damage as well every single turn. And then we kind of just react. We slowly want Raja and Rune to die after about 5 or 6 turns. But we don't want them to die too fast, or else things slow down quite a bit. So I will keep healing people for now. And that might change, that will change later. And you really want Raja to get through a lot of his abilities. Saint Fire does a lot of damage. He also has a heal that will work very well for that AoE that I just took, which is Miracle. He also has a way to give people back TP, which is amazing, especially for Chaz, because Githu costs him a lot, and you'll definitely run out of TP like right away if as the fight goes on. So at this point, now that I've basically used everything that I need to use, I'm not going to heal the people that I want to have dead. So like Rika's HP right now is fine, so is Ren's. And Raja and Rune, we want them to die anyway, so I'm not really gonna bother with that. Okay, how's this gonna go? Okay, so we will need to do a little bit of healing. And then pretty soon I'm gonna need to stop doing damage at all, just to make sure Raja and Rune die. Alright, what can I do here? Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate, but it is what it is, so let's get some defense going. I'm a little bit shorter on TP than I'd like to be, so it will slow this fight down. But it should be okay. Still have 2 casts that we can do. And that's exactly the type of thing we want to see as well. If he keeps doing that, then we're in 0 danger. We're not in a lot of danger anyway, but, well, now we are. Okay, so what we want to see here is a full heal, and really, really, really hoping that he doesn't do it again. Okay. I'm a little torn as to how I want to handle this. Let's do that. And you literally cannot do anything. Okay. Yeah, so this is why it's a problem. Okay, well, it would have been a problem if he wasn't so close to dead, but we just killed him anyway. Because Chaz has nothing he can, like, even do at all. So that's fine. No worries. We got through. And we've killed Dark Force, our kind of recurring villain, if you will. And he was supposedly messing with the systems that we've now just fixed. Or so we would like to believe. And the weather is still crazy in Dezolis, so Raj has been telling us about Garubik Tower, about how it's like the source of all evil right now, and it turns out he's pretty correct about that. And everybody's like, well, okay, we tried, and we've come this far, like, let's keep going and make sure that we save these worlds, you know? Alright, Chaz has 2 shields on, so he can't attack. Let's see, Raja, Rika, and Rune Chaz. Let's take all your stuff off. Let's take your stuff off as well. Let's put your stuff back on. And okay, that looks good. Macros don't need to change. I don't have the TP, but I do have that escapipe. Ha ha! And now we have a new vehicle. It's called the Ice Digger, and it can drill through ice. Sure. I'll take it. We are now going to see easily the biggest change between a marathon safer route and a PB attempt. I'm about to be doing some content that one place you would definitely do, but you won't stay as long as I'm about to, and then I'm going to do an additional dungeon as well. Anybody who knows this game recognizes the next couple places we're about to go to have a huge spike in difficulty, and we are in a place right now where we are very, very underpowered, and even in a PB attempt right now, you would be grinding straight up, and then you're probably just going to die in the next dungeon. The next real, like, storyline dungeon, because this game is hard. So ultimately what we're going to be doing is stopping by the Mist Vale. You want to come here anyway, and this is where the grind would be in a PB attempt. I did not... Actually, that's fine. You get this game. What did you get in this game? You get in this cave a very, 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 very crucial weapon for Rika, which is the Silver Tusk. It is a claw that does extra damage to, like, quote unquote, like, evil enemies, and you very, 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 very much want that. So you would come here anyway. You would level a little bit. You'd basically, like, I started, like, when I entered this dungeon, Chaz was 19, and you would level until Chaz turned 21. And then you would leave. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stay a little extra. Actually, I might leave and come back. And then we're also going to do another alternate dungeon that you would never step foot in a PB attempt, because it's got, again, good encounters to grind off of, and also has some great gear for Ren. It's really important that Ren survives fights. I mean, it's important that everybody survives fights, but Ren is especially important. His barrier... Nice. His barrier ability is insanely useful. Okay, so what that means is we have to stay here even longer because he missed out on experience. So that's cool. And ultimately, all the extra safety I'm about to be taking adds about, like, 10 minutes over what you would normally be doing. And now, with RNG like that, a little bit longer. Yes, Tyler has different strats than other people use, and it's whatever, because everybody's PB has a million minutes to save anyway. So it's kind of, it's nice and interesting that people have their different ways, and unfortunately it's really, really hard to tell like what is, like, really, really good, because, like, with so much RNG in the run, it's just kind of like, well, hard to, like, luck plays such a factor. It's like, was it better because it was better, or was it better because it was lucky? Was it both? Like, chances are it was both, right? So it's just kind of like, it's just one of those things. It is cool that people, you know, it's cool for any speedrun when people come in and kind of find their own ways to do stuff that are, like, super legit. So that's cool. He and I use different strats for sure. And I use what I'm comfortable with, and he uses what he's comfortable with. Okay, so normally I would be jetting out. I'm not going to yet. I think I'm going to take 2 extra fights here. Especially if they're good ones like this. And then I'm going to head... Yeah, then I think I'm going to head back in for just a little bit. The weapons factory can be a little rough. So we're gonna beef up a little bit, not a lot, a little bit. The difference between the two strats is just where you do your fighting, and what you get out of doing that. Bros will instant kill monsters if it hits. And that's the key. The key is the if. And Rimpa heals paralysis, and I think Rimit sleeps or something like that. What's up, Countdown? What's up, everybody? If you're just coming in, we are running Phantasy Star 4. Any percent. And right now, we are in the midst of a time in the game where the difficulty spikes up quite a bit. And no matter what you're doing, you're going to be grinding in preparation. But because this is a marathon, I will be doing more than you otherwise would. Substantially more. And the funny thing about doing substantially more is technically I can still die in the areas where runs die anyway. So it's kind of ironic. But it honestly does. It honestly does make a difference. So in lieu of continuing the story, I'm going to head to a optional dungeon and I'm going to complete it and fight everything on the way. Towns that are on the way that I have to go to anyway, I'm gonna stop by. And then we're just gonna head there. Alright, I'm gonna change up my stuff a little bit. So, let's see. Okay. And then we're just going to set up some macros that we're going to use inside, that's all. What we get out of this place are good fights, of course, and we get an unlimited amount of repair kits if we want them, so I'll grab a couple extra. I'm not, like, super worried about it. And most importantly, besides the levels that we're going to gain to be a little bit stronger, we're also going to get new armor for Ren, which also will help keep him alive. Macros will... So let's talk about it in this context. Macros will absolutely save me time because I'm going to utilize the same things, the same moves, every single fight. Basically 2 different moves depending on the fight. And instead of having to input all of those skills manually, individually, every single fight, I can set up the macro and just do that every time. So it definitely saves you time overall. And at other times, macros are useful because they ensure things happen in a certain order, and that isn't necessarily a time saver per se, but it does make sure things happen the way you want them to, and so it's a good thing to be messing with no matter what. As long as you're going to be using that macro a lot, so as to save more time than you lose making the macro, then it's absolutely worth it. So which means, like, in cases like this, yeah, I'm gonna use the same 2 macros every fight. Or like on a boss, where I'm gonna be using the same 3 macros. Stuff like that. Oops. There we go. We're not going to do the whole dungeon, we're basically just going to head one direction to get the armor and the repair kits, and I'm just going to fight everything along the way. Right, laser he's fine against, it's the lightning he's weak against. Okay. Oh! I picked the wrong person. Sick, dude. Okay, take 2, dude. Take 2. Let's go. Oh my god. Whoopsie. Thankfully, it's a loss of time no matter how I swing it. I'm not gonna try to say that it's not, but I need a lot more fights to take anyway. So, like, it's not that big of a deal. It's really not. But I think overall, yes, it's still gonna be slower. The good news is that I'm actually getting really nice fights right now. But yes, this is gonna take just a little bit longer than it would have otherwise. Like, we're already almost back to where we were in like a minute, so whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna run from this. Please. Thank you. My bad. My bad. It's okay. More banging music, am I right? Am I right? No. I wish. That would probably make this game a hell of a lot easier. I mean, Zio's not really scripted. Like, he's gonna do the same thing on the first round, but after that, it's different. They're scripted to kill Vic. It's probably true too. Triples are manipulatable. I don't know that they're scripted. And there is one aspect of a script in the Sheik, yeah. When he hits a certain HP threshold, he will do something guaranteed. Yeah. Alright, so we got our armor. I am not the level I want to be yet, but it looks like I only need 2 more fights. So what I'm gonna do is go ahead and get on out of here, and then save it just in case something happens, so I don't lose all of that progress, and then we will head back in. I want Chaz to hit 23 before I move on. Okay. Let's check XP levels. 2,000, yes. 10,000, no. 5,000, no. Okay. Ren probably would have leveled up in the time I would have been in here anyway, so I'll take the 1 to 2 extra fights to get him back to where he should be. And I didn't heal Rune, but it looks like it doesn't matter. Alright, so we're almost done, everybody. I promise. We are literally taking 1 more fight, and we out of here. Ooh, okay. And we're out of disrupts, huh? Okay. No big. Alright, let's get out of here. So all of this extra dungeon stuff I've just done, you would never do. I really want these levels though, like really. And no, it doesn't make things free. It's really sad that it doesn't make things free. But it does make things more reliable. And so 2 levels is kind of where I split that difference of. I've definitely noticed the difference substantially But again, that doesn't mean things are free. Nothing in this game is free, unfortunately. But we are ready to move on. We are in this game's the Massa, if you're familiar with FF6 speedruns, where there's just a lot of cutscenes to do to get from, you know, one place to the next. So the first thing that's happening, you're trying to check out Garubik Tower, because apparently it is the source of the evil that's happening and not the satellites. And you hit a town, Mies, where some sickness is spreading, and it hits Raja. So now that he's bedridden, he's out of our party. And then you get word of an esper, they're called Kira, who has run off to try to tackle Garubik Tower on her own, which is blocked by carnivorous trees right here. And you're off to go save her. This is a quote-unquote boss fight, but basically every time you kill them, they keep respawning, so eventually, I guess you're supposed to just be like, okay, I should try running and see what happens, and that's what you do. But since I know what's going on, I'm just going to run right off the bat. And here we are, we have Kira. She is an esper, they call them. It's just, I guess, like a different race of people, kind of on the magic-oriented side of things. And she kind of gives you some more story about what's going on. She's trying to handle the same problem we are. And tells us about this dude named Lutz. Like, it's just like super awesome legendary wizard that she's seen before, even though he's apparently been around for thousands of years. But she's just kind of like, well, if anyone knows how to solve our problem, it's Lutz, and let's go do that. And so that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to go visit the Esper mansion where they all live. And the only way to get there is digging through the ice. And anybody who knows their lore understands that Lutz has made appearances in both Phantasy Star 1 and Phantasy Star 2. And now Phantasy Star 4, perhaps. Alright, but before we hit the next set of cutscenes, we're gonna raid the pantry. We're gonna get some nice things. Including a Soul Dew, 10,000 gold, and some gear. Soul Dew is a full heal revive item, so you definitely want those. And then you get a little bit of a hint about what's going on, where they won't even let Kira in, but as soon as Rune is like, hey, let her in, they're like, oh my god, okay, will do. And then you get a nice, lengthy amount of exposition about not only what to do next, but a lot of background. So you come to find no one's here, that Lutz isn't here. And Kira starts to freak out, like, he's a hero, like, he inspires us, like, why is he not real? And what Rune starts to talk about is they basically kind of retcon how Lutz works, because, again, he showed up in multiple different thousands of years, right? So they kind of retcon how that works, to where, basically Lutz keeps his, like, memory and, like, consciousness in a telepathy ball, and basically his consciousness is transferred to a different person every time. And right now that person is Rune. So Rune is basically Lutz. Yes, that was a doorbell. And yeah. And he kind of gives some background about how every thousand years evil comes up and someone has to fight it, and now basically it's our turn. So they then give us information about where to go. To get past the trees, you need the eclipse torch from a certain temple. And I need to do some menuing, so I'm going to shut up for a second. There we go. No, that's right. Okay. No, that's totally wrong. And now we're gonna make macros that will be useful for the next dungeon we're gonna do. Yeah, that's what we need to do. And then I think I teleported to the wrong place. Here we go. And now we're going to do an epic amount of shopping yet again to get us prepared for the next dungeon. First thing we're going to do is buy a few Trimates. It's the highest tier single target healing item. Normally I'd also go to the inn, but I'm not. So I'll do that later. And then we're gonna do some shopping. You're gonna have to hear this song again for quite a while as well. Alright. Goodbye, Woodcane. You did your job good. And now we're gonna sell a bunch of stuff. Alright, what else we got? Alright, let's see. Okay, so we want 2 reflect males. Unfortunately, they don't really reflect anything, but whatever. And then we are... So I do need to sell this, which I will. And then we are going to buy the Laconia sword. And I need to buy the fire sword too. I forgot about that. I can buy it later, it's fine. Not enough TP. Okay, so both my guys are out of TP. Which basically tells me that I indeed have to use the inn, after all. And then I have to heal up again. Oh, good times. 750 to stay here, by the way. Frickin' Hilton, dude. And we're not done yet. We have the next set of cutscenes to get through. This is the place that has the eclipse torch, so it's like kind of like a holy place for the Namekians. We are again going to raid their pantry as well, which has no gear, but basically just has great healing items. So that's what I'm going to steal from there. And then, like you have no choice but to go through what's going to happen, but in some ways it's really just... In some ways, it kind of feels like a side quest, in some ways. So basically, we're going to try to get the Eclipse Torch, and these triplets are going to come in, and they are going to steal it. And they're going to reference a very major enemy from Phantasy Star 1 who is still alive, and basically they force you to come to their lair and come get the Eclipse Torch and come kill them all. And so you have to do it. I mean, you can't not do it, but it's not it wasn't necessarily part of like the main. You wouldn't have otherwise gone out of your way to take them out if this didn't happen. So it's kind of just like, okay, here's this thing you have to do before the thing that you were gonna do. And I don't necessarily want to call it padding. I mean, maybe that's what it is, but it is a nice callback again. This game does that a lot. And so it's like, okay, I mean, I guess it's cool, whatever. Okay. So in Phantasy Star 1, your main party, one of the super major villains in it is named Lashik, and you did go to a castle in the air in Parma, and you killed him, supposedly, but he's back now. So you have to revisit his home with a new generation of people and take care of them once again. And so here we go. And much like before, I will fight battles in this place to slowly bring my levels up, which you would absolutely do in the speedrun as well. Certain fights are just no bueno, but many fights are. And depending on what happens, so like I outsped one, but unfortunately the one I didn't outspeed just used an AoE on me, that hurt. So that's just some of the stuff that can happen. This dungeon is very, very long. It actually requires 2 visits as well. The first portion being, like, ridiculously long. And the bosses here are very, very tough. And so despite the fact that I'm going to be 2 levels higher than I normally am, which again is not insignificant, it still doesn't guarantee that I make it through here on the first trip. So potentially we could have to make another trip through here again if we're really unlucky, which hopefully we will not be. But you just never know. I'll pretty much be fighting everything except for dimensional worms by themselves. They're just not really worth anything. And they can do a lot of damage. That sucks. So our double technique got interrupted by one of them going in the middle. So this fight takes a little bit longer than it should have. But I mean, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, so this dungeon is like universally hated. Yeah, like yes, great dungeon song, remix from one of the dungeon songs from #1. But it's long, it's maze-like, the enemies are really annoying. I plinked apparently. Enemies are really annoying, you know, especially if when you're in here a really, really, really long time. So it's the bane of everybody's existence, and the 2 bosses that are here are really hard. So it's a rough place, and Scarlet, nice. This guy's going big, dude. RGB boy. Let's go. But yeah, we're here. And we're just gonna make do with what the game gives us. And right now, being very friendly with the encounters right now. By the time I've gotten to the point that I'm at right now, I could have easily have had like 8, you know? Instead I had 1. Which is, I mean, it's whatever. I don't know. It would be really good in a PB attempt, obviously, to not get very many encounters, but like, again, like I don't really mind getting XP right now. XP is not my enemy right now. But yeah, if you ever had trouble casually, this is where it starts for sure. Okay, we're already out of disrupts. That's pretty incredible. Yeah. Some things that would definitely, like, this is a great game. I love this game. Or else I wouldn't be dealing with its speedrun madness. But, like, there's definitely a couple things I feel like would make it, like, super top tier. So, like, one of those things being, like, if it didn't loop around every time you get an encounter music-wise, like, super top tier from there. If, maybe it was a little bit friendlier, like, I'm not trying to sit here and be like, oh my god, RNG, no, but, like, maybe if it backed off, like, a little bit, just a little bit, it'd probably be pretty top tier as well. Huh. Thank you. Okay. Talk about bad luck. They have other things they can do. Instead, they corruptioned me 3 times. Which, as you can see, it's hard to live through. Okay, let's give it a shot. Okay. Okay. It was a little dicey. It's still a little dicey because frickin' Ren missed. But... No! Come on, dude! There goes a lot of lost XP for the two people who are the most important. Because my party sucks, dude! Anyway. It is what it is. We will continue, of course. So the three chests we've picked up so far. One Trimate, just for a little bit of extra. And we picked up a Swift Helm, which not only gives Chaz more magic defense when I put it on, but later on it also becomes super useful. Well, actually not even later on, even right now. Using it as an item gives you a single person Saner, of whoever's using it, so that's really cool too. And then we picked up a Geno Claw. Again, the Silver Tusk is easily Rika's best claw, but the Geno Claw is pretty much the best just kind of regular physical claw we're gonna get for her. Like, I might pick up the Guard Claw at the very end, but like, other than that, it's the best one, so you definitely want to get it. And it also is one of the weapons that, where am I going? That has an instant death chance, and there are certain enemies in the game that are more susceptible to it, so that's kind of neat as well. It doesn't come up all that often, but it comes up sometimes. You'd already be getting it again for its attack power, so you know, it just happens to have another use as well. Alright, so things might seem like they're going pretty poorly, and I mean, in a way they are, but we are also about to hit a healing square, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, I guess it's not a square, but a healing circle that will heal me to full, which is definitely very, very good. So we're almost to the first of two bosses. How is my experience? So I really want Chaz to be 25, at least before Lashik, but we're not in a great place right now. He'd probably be at maybe like 7.5k if he didn't die. And honestly, there's not too much I can fight in between that healing circle and on the way to the boss, because a lot of the abilities I use to kill enemies right now, I need for the boss. So there isn't, there's just only so much I can do right now. I'm gonna have to run from basically everything unless it's a friendly, like super friendly fight, which I will take, but with 10k experience needed at 25, I need to just sit and assume we're not gonna get it. And we'll just try to get it before Lashik, which is the second of the two bosses. Especially when we get 0 encounters, anyway. Okay, so this is where I need everybody's blessed RNG prayers for sure. I can just wipe immediately here, and so we need some good luck, everybody. We need some good luck. What I absolutely need to see is Ren going first to get the barrier off. I need it. It's a need. I need everybody's prayers and energy, please. We need it. We need it. We need it. Alright. Barrier. Barrier! Heck yes, dude. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Alright, oh god! I did it again! Huh! Oh! I've messed it up so bad! That's all on me, dude! It's over! It's not over. Okay. We can make this happen. We can make this happen, dude. We got this. We got this. We're just gonna make it interesting. That's all. We're just gonna make it really interesting. He's probably gonna die. Alright, that's fine. That's fine. It is what it is. Okay, it's over. Alright. I'm sorry, everybody. Or am I? Because perhaps I'm aiming for a certain time. I can't believe I did that, though. Well, we get to do it all again. And that's completely my fault. I didn't even get owned by the game that time. That was completely my fault. Completely mine. Can't even get mad at that one. But I want everybody to know that the estimate and my PB are an hour apart, so honestly, we're doing it right. We're doing it right. We're probably gonna lose somewhere between 8 and 10 minutes, depending on how the walk goes. But I do apologize. Obviously, I did not mean for that to happen. They do not. And so now we have to pray again. I hope everybody likes the music, because you're going to be hearing it again for a long time. No dungeon saves. That's the other thing that makes this game pretty rough for a marathon. I have no choice but to do it again. Yeah. What's both good and bad news is that, at least so far, I've barely had any encounters. I mean, obviously that can change literally right now, but it does mean potentially we can make it back to where we were very, very quick. It took 2 times. And that is a very real possibility for me as well. So, there are... The reason why I made the estimate what it was is that even when you just take out just general bad luck, taking time away from you, there are 3 points in time that the likelihood of death is uncomfortably high. And we're at 2 of them right now, which is the 2 bosses in Air Castle. And so the estimate does have to build in dying in all of those places and still making estimate. And it's kind of unfortunate because it's such a large estimate. Like, you're really looking at a large swing in the schedule, like, almost no matter what you do. Now, did it have to be 4 hours and 20 minutes? No, it probably could have been 4 hours and 10 minutes. But at that point in time, you may as well go for the meme as well. But I didn't come up with that estimate just because of the meme. But yes, we gotta hit up the places again, and hopefully we still get the barrier off this time. Literally have never memed in my life. Yes, that was a combo spell. One of my macros set up is for Blizzard. It's a Giwat from Rune and a Hewn from Kira. And it's designed to get me through some of these encounters. Sadly, no, it was not a plink. I just thought I was somewhere else. And so, I don't know. Yeah, just kind of like a basic choke. Pretty good. I mean, I've only ever had one marathon run where I did an epic choke somewhere, so we'll go ahead and call that one a fluke and call this normal. What's up, Tino? Thank you for the good luck. We clearly need it. No strat will save Bic from Bic. Truer words have never been spoken. My name is Bichphuongballz, and despite certain times that I might have in speedruns, please understand, I'm bad. I'm bad. Perfect timing for that Moobot spam, though. Or I guess that Moobot command. This is a Genesis speedrun. I'm playing on computer though, so I don't have the console. Well, I do have the console, I just don't have the means to stream it from its console. And you can play from Steam, except if you play from Steam, you're playing on an emulator anyway, so I'm playing on a more convenient emulator. But at a major marathon, like let's say Limit Break, I would be playing on Steam at the very least, if not Genesis. Yes, I would like to take this fight. But as far as the question of like just what console is it on, it's on Genesis, Sega Genesis. Was that a PlayStation controller? Yes. Yes, it was. Nice ambush. You could ask Tyler about that. Oh my god, what am I doing, dude? I did it again! I can't even believe this, dude. I'm gonna start running away from everything, dude. F this. F this, dude. Woo! 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 I'm running from everything, dude. Don't worry. We're out of here. Whew! Whew! I should save. Well, yeah, I should save. You're right. You're right, you're right. Nah, I'm not... See, like, I don't want to take, like, literally forever. I'm gonna heal, and I'm gonna do like a normal air castle in the old days, where I just run from everything. I'm not doing that. I give up. I'm not giving up. Oh my god, I cannot believe I just did that. It's okay. When was the last time I ran in a marathon? Must have been last May. Yeah, no. We are going, and I'm not taking anything unless it's like, I think the only fight I'm gonna take from here on out is the cold sabers and elephant things. Maybe these guys too. Yeah, I probably should have ran from fought these guys as well. That's okay. And what I'll do is I'll just take my menus a little bit slower, dude. Yeah, the first time in the weapons factory is like, yeah, okay, all right. Most of the way through the air castle, though, yeah, it's a little unbelievable. But that's all right. All we need to do is make it through, and it'll all be fine. And I'm gonna run from everything. High Spirits is not being rude. He's being true. I was supposed to catch us up. And it's not that I can't finish before estimate. I most certainly can. Even still by like 30 minutes at least. But I certainly made it harder to catch us up, that's for sure. That's on me. I have to own that. I have to own that I just need to be more careful. Clearly. I did like 4 practice runs and they all went really well, so. And this kind of thing tends to happen when I get too confident. So. Scar, yeah. Component. Upscaler. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, man. Now it's getting a little frustrating. Obviously still my fault, but we're getting ambushed like a crap ton now. And we're just trying to make it through, dude. And now we're getting weird in the chat, too. Probably should back it up a little bit. Just a little bit. Did I do all this stuff already? I did, okay. I honestly can't remember where I was when I Henist out. Oh yeah, never mind. So I have the Geno Claw as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, alright. No marathon safe from me, dude. None. None. So we can just keep going now. So if I recall correctly, I was almost to the healing circle when I exited out. Okay, now we definitely don't need to fight anything. We're gonna heal up, we're just gonna run straight through. And we're just gonna have to deal, because even if I run into, like, the Saber guys, I can't waste a Blizzard on them, so... we're just gonna keep going. What I'd like to see a lot of are those Spectres and Dimensional Worms. They tend to be easier to run away from. Frost Sabers and the Elephant dudes, not so much. And the PlayStation controllers. Did I get DDoSed? I DDoSed myself, yep. I have no one to blame but myself for all of this time loss. It's about 15 minutes of time loss, that's all my fault. Which thankfully doesn't mean a whole lot in terms of the estimate. Not yet. Okay. Unfortunate ambush, but we are almost out of here, so it's all good. Okay, take two. So again, all we need to worry about, besides not running away, is Ren getting his barrier off. And then we are all good. Oops. Yes. Okay. Let's just get through, please. Give me all your prayers. Barrier. Okay, that's fine. Okay, barrier. Okay. Bad. Okay, this is still looking really bad. 2. We can make it work, though. Maybe 3. Fuck. Fuck! I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, that's I did not mean to do that, but I apologize for that. We should be fine. We should be fine. Okay. Not ideal because Kira lived, but obviously I'm not gonna complain. We still made it. Okay, we got through. It
It lowers Rika's level a little bit. That's why it's not, like, super ideal. But, like, after all that we've been through together, certainly I'm not gonna complain. Did I not save? Didn't I save? Didn't I save? Are you guys freaking me out, dude? Did I not save? Could have sworn I saved. I did save. You freaking chatters, dude. Unbelievable. I can't believe you just wasted 10 seconds of my time. Unreal. Unreal. How dare you? We're not gonna make estimate now, dude. Unreal. If we don't make estimate, it's your guys' fault, not mine. Friggin' viewers, dude. The worst. The worst. Oh, I'm kidding, of course. You're all the best. I'm the worst. I would prefer not. Twitch plays PS4. Exactly. Nice ambush. This is from Sega Mega Drive / Genesis. Oh. Oh my gosh. What a run. I want everybody to take a step back right now, so we can all just appreciate what a speedrun this has been so far. Can we all just appreciate what a speedrun this is so far? I guess I should not have put the flame sword on yet, because it's bad. Yes, exactly. This is the Phantasy Star 1 dungeon. It's even laid out exactly how it was, which is pretty cool. If you ask me, which you didn't. You're right. One F-bomb didn't happen. 2 of them did. I'm sorry. I mean, like, anybody who knows me, like, I got a mouth, dude. But I tend to be pretty good on this channel. Not today, though.
Yeah, only one wipe, but 4 very big mistakes. It's a PG-13 chat. I aim to respect that. I messed up a little bit. But whether it's swear words or content, like, you need to be not doing it. We are very, 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 very on track for 420 Nacho. And at first I needed to hit it, and now the schedule is as such that I needed to actually finish this run fast. And since when does that have anything to do with the actual age of people watching, dude? You're just keeping it chill? Sounds like you can get on out of here, though, if you're not down with that. She doesn't have Warla. That sucks. Oops. Okay, I need our prayers twice. Okay, good. I have to get that barrier. Can we get the barrier? Barrier. Good shit. Alright, let's get another gate in since we got that. Okay. That sucks. Well, it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. It just delays my D-ban. Okay. We're still in this. We're still in this. Okay, stable. Thunder Halberd is defensive. You need D-band for it.
I'll use Macro B to heal up everybody, and this one's magical though, so I'll have to change it up a little bit. And basically we just want to do our best to keep everybody alive. The less another gates he does, the better, because I have to use Star Dues to get through them instead of healing. But ultimately what you're doing is you're trying to kill him before you run out of resources. So far we are okay. Yeah, so most times it ends up being pretty simple because that's all it is. It's just the DPS race. You're just trying to get through as best as you can. Okay. Okay, so we want to use the Psycho on with Ren to take that buff off. He has the highest base agility, but that doesn't mean a whole lot. He could absolutely just go last. As long as he goes before the boss, I'm happy. But times like this is when things make me nervous. Okay, so at least he still went first. And I'm gonna take a hit here, but I should be able to kill him this turn. Good. So we got through him super easy. So we're looking better now. We got through a lot of the worst part of the run. Now, finally. After I spent about 19 minutes being an idiot in the first part of the air castle, we finally made it through. We're not out of the woods, but we've gotten through a lot of the bad stuff. And now that we have the Eclipse Torch, we are ready to continue on with our actual journey. Seems like it's been a long time, huh? Wait a minute. No, yeah, we're fine. Okay. So now the Eclipse Torch takes care of all of them. And we are ready to go. Oh, nice encounter. Alright, so let's put Rika's weapons back on. And let's save. And now we're in Gruber Tower. This place is super volatile time-wise. It's not that it's not dangerous and I can't die from encounters or something like that. But for the most part, its volatility sits with time. It's very easy to get a lot of fights. It can be hard to get through those fights. And yeah, you honestly want to do a little bit of grinding in here anyway, yes, but you really, overall, really just mostly want to just walk on through. And you don't always get to do that, and you end up losing a lot of time. For a marathon, maybe not necessarily the worst thing ever. I still don't really want to, like, burn a bunch of resources, though, if I can help it. But yeah, I mean, regardless of the setting that I'm in, ideally, we don't get stuck with too many encounters. So far, I'd call it pretty average as far as this place tends to go. This dungeon can be a pain. Like, so the main thing about this place is that the encounters casually are tough. And one of the main things is that if you don't know about those eyeball switches, then it's very easy to get stuck. And if you get stuck and you're you're having to sift through a ton of encounters, then this place becomes pretty rough. Otherwise, as far as completing it in a speedrun setting, it's not bad most times. But you definitely, it's just really easy to lose time, is ultimately what it comes down to. Just because you're probably going to get into a billion encounters. And most are hard to run away from, and most do lots of damage to you, so you have to heal every time. So yeah, the main thing here is you really just want to not have very many encounters at all, regardless of what they are. Yeah. We do make a couple of pit stops here that are technically out of the way. You definitely stop off, which I did earlier, to get the power shield. Its properties of being a shield are negligible, at least as far as the speedrun goes, but using it as an item is a free shift, which means it ups your attack power, which is very, very, very useful. Protect the Stardew, of course, as well. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, thank God. So that's the type of crap that happens that, like, burns your resources a lot. A lot of that starts happening. But shoot, I forgot what I lost my train of thought now. I think I'm gonna run from this as well. Especially if you get paralyzed, which you did. I mean, I guess what I should have said is what I should show. Well, this is looking really good. But yeah, you get the POW shield, it ups your attack, that's really useful. And then the only other things we're really picking up here are Stardews. Because again, they're all healing, all party healing. Not necessarily full, but still really good. That sucks. But really good healing, and we have no way of getting them, and you definitely need them for the next few bosses for sure. So you'll wanna pick up everything that you can as far as those are concerned. Yeah, I know I have the flame sword on still. King Sabers are cool as long as they're not ambushing you, because they are, for whatever reason, seemingly 100% runnable. So I'm down with that for sure. Shadow Hearts Covenant. Many would say Shadow Hearts are the purest of RPG speedruns. These guys theoretically are more susceptible to instant deaths abilities such as Eliminate or Eliminat and DM, but I only have 2 charges of DM, and on any percent attempt you'd have 1, so you're really
dependent on Rika hitting, and for whatever reason it definitely seems like she ain't down with that a lot of the time. Otherwise, like, theoretically they should be free. Should just free a little bit of XP, but unfortunately it doesn't always work out that way. So here's another one of those situations. Technically the right way is the door beneath me. And you can still go in there, but you actually... Oops. If you don't hit this switch, then some of that room is actually closed off and you'd never necessarily know. And then you would just be owned. But of course, since we've theoretically played this game before and we know what's going on, nice. This is a really terrible encounter to get. Covenant is sub 6. We're almost there. Okay, we are in the last room. We do have to, again, get this... I mean, I guess we don't have to, but we'd be kind of silly not to. And now we're going to come up against the next boss as soon as I can get there. And we do need a little bit of prayer still, as well. Not yet. We're not getting started yet. But we will in a moment. Okay, you're good to go. And I need to take your sword off. Alright, everybody looks good. Let's make our macros. Kira should be using the Trimates. So our starting macro with buffs, and we now want to add the POW shield so that Chaz can get himself buffed up. Otherwise, our macros are pretty simple. Dark Force has essentially 2 different things he's going to do a lot of. So for a single target, I have 2 macros to heal a human or to heal a robot. If he does his AoE, I have this one, and this is our buff macro right here. And let's go. So once again, the main thing that needs to happen here is 2 things. I need that barrier up. That's what I would like the prayers for. And then we're really hoping if he does single target anybody, it's only ever really Ren or Kira. Okay. So now we have a second Dark Force, which brings up a lot of questions. Because he thought he had killed him the first time, but here he is again. And it's very confusing. But either way, we understand that he is a problem that we need to fix. So we're going to go ahead and take him out. And what's nice about being a few extra levels is that oftentimes, because Ren is weak against that ability, he can very often die. Ooh, free turn. Nice. But now he should have the armor and the HP to survive every time. Now we're going to get her powed up. And let's go. So that was an excellent start. This fight is not short, though. So he can do a lot of different things. Okay, that's really good too, so I have a macro set up for that. So the more he doesn't AoE, the better, because you just might have seen how Rika did 356 damage, which is way more than anybody else is doing. Unfortunately, I can't do it this turn because she's gonna have to heal. But that is excellent. Basically, if he does single targets on Ren, like, all the time, like, you're golden. You're golden. So things are looking pretty good so far. Hopefully he starts doing less of those, though. Both for resources and so Rika can keep attacking, so that's the type of stuff we like to see. I'm gonna play it just a tad safer than usual.
I'm gonna put Rika's HP at max just in case she does get single targeted. She's a little low. You otherwise wouldn't normally do this, but I would say this fight's going friendly enough that I can afford to do it. Yeah, she's the main healer. Wow. Wow, okay. I guess I shouldn't have done that. I must have used the wrong ability. That is the likeliest thing that happened there. Okay. Well, let's just hope he goes first still, I guess. Yeah. Nah, yeah. Screw it. No. Heal yourself. Stardew. Saner. Yeah, it's really easy to plink in this game. And sometimes you end up doing the thing that you don't want to do. But everything is fine. Nice. Well done. Yeah, sometimes. He's dead. Oh, he lived! He actually lived! What? He lived! Boom. Got him. Alright, so everything's fine and dandy now. Snowstorm stops. Everybody's happy. Everybody is happy. Everybody lives happily ever after. We beat the game in 2 hours and 50 minutes. This is just JRTA timing. Right, we're waiting for the credits. It's all over. Oh, dude, it's not over. There was an explosion. Alright, it's not over. It's not over. But we will make a pit stop. I mean, the temple exploded, but you know, whatever, dude. I got some buying to do. Okay. And what we're gonna do is buy 3 more Stardews, because now I can buy these. And the kind of balance they have is just how really expensive they are. But I don't care. I don't care. Thankfully, apparently, all the important people were underground. Everybody else is dead, but, I mean, whatever. Whatever, dude. And now we talk to this dude who seems to know everything about everything. He tells us that Dark Force is not really the enemy, like the main enemy, which again is why we've just fought 2 of them. Clearly not the big boss. And then this thing called the Profound Darkness is the true enemy of the world and the universe. And he tells us that to find the way to kind of combat the Profound Darkness, you need to find Rykros. Nobody knows what Rykros is, but if you go to the Soldier's Temple, you'll find something that will point the way, which is called the Arrow Prism. And so you fly back to Motavia, and Demi whips up a water-traveling vehicle for you so you can make it there. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to try to solve this mystery. But instead of actually solving the mystery, what we're going to do is go on a side quest. Alright, so we get the money from the last mission, we never actually turn it in. And now what we're gonna do is, we're just gonna start the final mission. This mission's actually pretty hard. But what we want to do is start the mission because it opens up a very, very, very lucrative dungeon. So to start it, we got it, and then what we're gonna do is get ambushed immediately by these guys. As part of the mission, this is normal. Rune's really slow, so even though he can one-shot them with Tandle, he still went after freaking everybody. Whatever, though. And then we talk to this guy here. Basically, robots are like roaming, but they seem to only be attacking AI, so like all the villagers are safe, but they're kind of scared. And maybe it won't stay that way, so they want you to fix the problem. Yeah. So you're gonna open up the Valhalla Fortress, which is where we're gonna do some stuff. The main thing about the fortress is we can't actually finish the quest, because again, like I said, it's really hard. Speed! Oh, dang. It's really hard, but we can grab treasure and gain levels. Look how fast that thing is, dude. Have you seen such speed? Truly a speed run, dude, with that kind of speed, if you ask me. So I do have some macros I want to make, and I will save the game, because you can die in here. But I want to get through this cutscene first. Alright, so... boom... So basically we've set up an AoE macro for the group fights with Gigra and then all AoE attacks. Nice. Like Disrupt and Air Slash. These fights are nice, they're pretty lucrative, and they don't attack you. This is also something that's going to happen a lot. For whatever reason, Ren misses these guys a lot. And that's fine. The other macros we set up are single target. And as you can see, these fights are very dangerous. It makes ambushes especially nerve-wracking because you start off getting hit and they can just kill a bunch of your guys off the bat regardless of what you think or want. So this place is pretty scary. This place has the best gear for Ren for now, though. Alright, two I should be able to live with. Although they just barriered, but that's fine too. So even like that was only 2 dudes, and that was still almost 2,000 experience. There are fights here that can give you like 5,000. You can gain a lot of levels here, which is exactly what you want to do. Okay, so now we have the Photon Eraser. I think that's what it's called. We'll almost never use it. It's Ren's like one of his best, if not the best, single target guns, but we won't be single targeting with a gun with him for anybody except for the final boss. So first floor down. Okay, so this is really scary. Okay. Okay. That was really scary. It would have been a lot of experience too, but it's okay. So normally you would sit here until Chaz was level 28. It's basically like, I think you gain like 3 or 4 levels with him. And so what I'm gonna do is level until 30. I basically the bubble I like to keep. As far as doing a marathon run is to be too low. Okay, just don't hit Rune again. Great. Is to basically have a 2-level bubble over where I normally would be in a PB attempt. So 3,800 experience. So you have fights like that where you get through, you don't get ambushed, no one dies, and then all of a sudden you're getting levels like crazy. Okay, so this is a tough one here. Spark is an instant death on robots. I can use it on them too, which I do sometimes, but they can also use it on me, and it really sucks because obviously you lose all the XP for Ren. Ren's just as important. Again, all 4 of these are, you know, my core characters, my core group. You want the levels for everybody. So nice. Okay, I'd like to be level 30. And certainly at least 29, if not 30. Good job, Ren. The good news is this is easily, like, the last, like, heavy grind. You know, in future dungeons, I'll still be fighting on the way, but this is the last time I'll have to sit in a dungeon and just sit here and farm encounters. That's the good news. The bad news is, yeah, it's not over yet. Unfortunately, I probably don't have the resources to stay. I'm probably gonna have to heal and come back. I guess it ultimately depends on what kind of encounters I keep getting. Yeah, but I mean, I need like 10,000 more XP, so it still depends on what kind of encounters I get. You're not wrong, but that doesn't make it free, unfortunately. Encounters like this definitely help, though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's no denying this is a expertly put together game. It's just very good across the board, for sure. Speedrun might be questionable, but it's a very good game. Across the board. Okay, I think we just got the level though, so yep, we did. Alright, so I'm happy to tell everybody. Straight sitting in one dungeon, walking around like an idiot. Those days are over, hopefully. Unless I get really bad luck. So let us continue the game. We have the levels. Let's go. Speed! Okay, it's over. Alright, so we meet this dude. This is Rando, Seth. Kinda suspect, but you know what? He wants to help. And he's got all these spells that are, like, really evil. But, I mean, there's probably nothing wrong with him, so... it's fine. Whatever. He's an archaeologist. He's got a sick mustache. He's got spells that only the evilest monsters have. But, I mean, that doesn't mean anything, dude. That doesn't mean anything. That's true. And it's not mandatory, but you can fight big oozes in here, and I made one macro with the death spell, which will instant kill the big ooze. And you get 1600 XP from it. It's not like the greatest thing ever, but it's just a little nice bonus if you happen to run into any. Which sometimes I run into like 5, and sometimes I run into 0. You know, it just is what it is. I would love to run into like 2. There we go. Did get ambushed by him, but whatever. Boom. That's not weird at all. It's fine. Ayy. Best defense against the Dark Arts is the Dark Arts. I haven't heard stronger logic at all today, outside of that. Hey! It's weird that he keeps going first, but outside of that, hey. Why did they keep going first? I, like, actually need to heal. I'm not going to, though. I should have healed! Never mind. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Alright, so I have this feeling that something's gonna happen, so I'm gonna steal all of his gear. Just because I got a feeling. I got a feeling. This one. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. Yeah. And thankfully you can save right out here. So we found it. We found the arrow prism. We made some similar macros. We still have the buffing one. We still have ones where we get single targeted, and whoever gets single targeted gets the heal, or blah blah blah. And now we have it. And not only is it pointing to the way to Rykros, but it's pointing to the sky, telling us it's not on this planet. And that causes Seth to... I don't know. He's Dark Force. Who saw that coming? I didn't. What a plot twist, dude. And now we have to fight him with 4 people. I need to see that barrier, though. I didn't, and Rune's dead. You know, I think I'm gonna reset that one. And that happened because I didn't ask for my prayers. So, yeah. Now we get to watch it all happen again. Alright, I need my prayers. Alright, alright. Now we know. We know, dude. We already know you're a bad guy. We've seen it. We've seen it, dude. There's no way he can get the jump on us this time. We're gonna see that barrier this time. Aw, yeah. Aw, yeah. Let's go. Okay. I would prefer... No. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Alright, let's see if we can bust out a double tech here with the Fest and Crosscut. Oh yeah! Boom! Get wrecked. Could not get a repeat, though. Alright, so a lot of what he can do, he can physical. And if he physicals like Ren, that's probably for the best. He can Corrosion, which is definitely a tough one to deal with because it's a lot of damage and it wastes a lot of resources. So you're never gonna get away with like him never corruptioning or something like that, but you really want to see it not so often. He can also debuff me by putting members to sleep or just lowering my agility like he just did here, causing me to have to go into the menu and recast it again. So you don't get to just waste all your TP on healing either. You have to save some for Saners because you want to be in a position where you are always going first. And then basically I have macros for if everyone's close to death or if it's just one person. Otherwise the main thing is just that, that's the sleep right there. Okay, that's fine. You know, he can be dangerous, but most times it's just you only have 4 guys and you need to do a lot of damage. But if he corruptions like all the time, then things are going to be looking real bad for you. And unfortunately, no Beyblades. Alright, Rika's HP is really low. She's gonna need a heal anyway. I'm still hoping for not a corruption though. Okay, that's brilliant. So what we're gonna do is trimate you. You're gonna double slash, and I'm gonna heal with you. And that should put us exactly where we want to be. We got that rare rune survival. Okay, yeah, I have the TP for this. So we have enough for 2 Saners if we need them. Hopefully he just dies soon. We don't really have to worry about anything. Okay, that's completely reasonable. We'll use the Arouse spell to wake him up. Boom. Got him. And so you're still confused. That's the 3rd Dark Forest, and it looked like a human, so you're like, okay. But you still have the mystery of Rykros to solve, so we are going to do that. So we're gonna head in our spaceships and head there and get a little cutscene. And we got our next cutscene where it turns out this is actually not a 3-planet solar system, originally anyway. There was actually a 4th planet all along called Rykros, which only ever showed up every 1,000 years when the evil would come in. And basically Rykros is ruled by like this all-knowing entity right now that's gonna fill in. It's gonna drop some knowledge on you. Thank you for the data face. Let's get some data faces right now. Let's get this cutscenes a little bit more exciting. And he basically tells you that the profound darkness is a real thing. It was beaten in a fight with the Great Light and sealed away, but every 1,000 years the seal gets a little bit weaker, and that's where Dark Forest comes in. But now that the planet Parma blew up ages ago, the seal is just really weak. And potentially you're gonna have to go in and solve the problem. And so he's like, cool, I'm down to help you out, but I have to test your metal, just, of course, because Japan, right? So now you have to traverse the planet and beat 2 towers to show your worth. Before we do that, we'll go ahead and grab some stuff. This place has some ultra good gear, including that guard sword. I have a telepipe that I don't want. Get out of here, please. Thank you. Alright. So we're going to make one quick macro, which is, our killing macro. Gigra, attacking, disrupt. So basically all AoE abilities. Are you good to go? You are, and you are not. We'll put the guard sword on. Cool. And then we have to hit the 2 towers. So, the 2 towers. We're going to use our speed vehicle and enter the strength tower first. The strength tower has an excellent item. Yeah. But once again, we do want our levels, so ideally there will not be any sitting around in the dungeon and grinding for fights, but we do want more levels. We definitely want more levels, so I will be fighting things that are safe to fight. Now, we got a great item. It's called the Guard Rod. And the Guard Rod is a lot like the Wood Cane, except instead of single target weak heal, it's a multi-target, like, mid-tier heal, and it's excellent. It is excellent to get free AoE healing, and I never knew this thing existed like that, like, did it, and it's incredible. So yeah, we're gonna make some macros to fight bosses, utilizing our free healing, basically. No, we will not be going for Megid. Yeah, the Guard Rod is absolutely what makes the run possible, or else you would never have the resources. We will not be getting Megid. Megid's neat. But it's not that useful. You only get a few casts of it. It'll take a lot of time to get it, and it's not really going to speed things up in such a way that it's worth doing. At Limit Break several years ago, though, my boy Seed ran this live, and his main incentive was to get Megid, and it was cool. Good fight. Yeah, it's really not. Like, it's not worthless. Let's like not. I'm not trying to say that, but for what you get out of it and the time you have to put in to get it, it's not worth it. Okay, so this is the first of the 2 bosses, right? 1 boss per tower. You can see the enemy is trying to take care of business as well, but they get owned. And now it's my turn to get owned. So we're going to double shield up Rika, because she's going to be doing all of our healing, and then we're basically just going to slowly whittle down this boss. So yes, he's all physical, so what we're going to do is deban, and we're going to pray that Rune actually goes last to make good use of this healing, or else it's wasted, and we're going to buff up. Alright, so now we can get that all healed up. And it will not heal the androids, but, I mean, whatever. It's still, like, ridiculously useful. And now you can see how the guard rod just keeps us going. Because I'm just gonna get free heals. Like, it's not... The damage we take definitely outpaces the heal, but it still keeps us going, like, really, really well. And so this fight is very, very simple. It's just, you keep mashing Macro B, which has Rune and Chaz attack, and Rika healing for free with Guard Rod, and then, like right now when Ren is about to be really low, then I will Macro D instead, and, because when Ren is really low, that means the other people are probably a bit low. So we'll go ahead and do that. And then we'll get back to spamming the same macro again. So this boss ends up being very, 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 very simple. He's completely predictable. As long as I'm hitting him with these special attacks, he's going to keep doing the same AoE attack every time. So, very, very simple fight to get through. More or less, yeah. Very exploitable fight, for sure. Alright, so we got him. And then what I'm going to do right now is a little dance, because it turns out if some way, if you just move through these rooms too fast, these last ones with treasure, apparently you can just soft lock the game, because the final cutscene when this planet's done just won't go. And I don't know why, but that's just how it is. So I like to spend a lot of time in here. Just to make sure that doesn't happen. So that's one tower down. We have to do the other one still. And again, I'm still going to take fights while I'm in there. And experience-wise, it's unfortunately looking like I will have to do some extra grinding by the time this planet's over. I want to be level 33 before I hit the last dungeon. And I'm not particularly convinced it's going to happen. If we get enough fights, though, it should happen. So you just hit 32. The boss gives a decent chunk of XP, but it won't take him all the way. I mean, either way you're locked, you can just fix it, thankfully. But yes, I guess I am slightly wrong. My bad. Given misinformation, as per usual. Either way, though, no good. You don't want that happening regardless. Yeah. Raja is the casual beast for sure. No doubt about it. He is just one squishy mofo. Personal best. Okay, so now we're grabbing some great armor for our boys here. And now we go. Fix Oida. Agreed. Fuck it. Oh god, I said it again, dude. Screw it. It's not a good day for me today. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Not a good day for me today. We are getting a lot of fights, so I think potentially I will not have to do any additional fighting. Although maybe I will if someone's really close to leveling. Yeah, well, you got a timeout. That means it was temporary, and yet you're alright. So I wouldn't worry about it, man. Okay, so we essentially have the same basic strategy for this fight. Unfortunately, he's a lot more unpredictable. Because he can use all kinds of different spells. Some of them are really bad, and some of them are fine. So sometimes you just really end up wasting a lot of turns to healing, because he does so much freaking damage like that. Yeah. Technically, he could die to another one. Shaz could, which would be really bad. But we're just gonna hope. Okay. So he can be a slog to get through, but if he starts doing a bunch of single targets, then yeah, you're definitely looking okay. But so far, I'd say he's treating me pretty solid. Cool. Perfect. Perfect. Nice. See, now he's being a bro for sure. All right, and I think we got the level that we wanted as well. So if anybody's really close, I think I'm gonna fight some extra to get it, but otherwise we are potentially good to go. Okay. 9,000, 21,000, 14,000. Alright, let's get out of here. We outie, dude. We outie. And now that we've proved our mettle, we get all the information now. Yeah, you can't do that, RTA. There's no way you're getting past with a level 4 Chaz, dude, to get that. And even then, it doesn't... It's not gonna carry a run because you still require boss fights with luck manipulation, so it doesn't matter. It would sure be nice, though. So we're at a sub 4 pace. So we'll see what happens. So this is like the remaining exposition. It's just, hey, this profound darkness thing was sealed away. Every 1,000 years it gets a little weak. The seal gets weak and bad things happen, but this time with Parma gone, poop is real now. And you're gonna have to fight the profound darkness, like, for real and kill it. And Chaz is like, I don't wanna. And he walks off. So Rune here is like, okay, well, I feel you, but I'd like for you to talk to someone before you really make a decision, which he agrees to. So we're gonna head back to Esper Mansion. How's my inventory looking? It's full. I need to get rid of one more thing. Let's get rid of the Dimate. Okay. I don't need to do that yet. And so we kind of head to our last series of cutscenes here. There's something that, again, Rune wants Chaz to see. That will hopefully make him stop whining. So we're gonna go ahead and head straight there. It is technically a dungeon, there aren't enemies, and so just in case, what you do is put some shields on Chaz, just in case he gets ambushed, otherwise he actually has the chance to die. So we don't want to do that. But what we also have to make sure we do is take them off before we trigger the cutscene, because something is going to be put in his hands after the cutscene, and it will override anything that you have equipped, and we would really, really hate to have that happen.
So let's go ahead. We made it, and let's start the cutscene. The thing Rune wants Chaz to see is the Sacred Sword, and all that it stands for. And so you kind of enters like this little dream state, basically, after he picks it up. That, like, again, it's just another callback to the rest of the series that shows, you know, the original Alice and her party and the trouble they went through, as well as the party from Phantasy Star 2. And he kind of just starts to learn about, like, what all these people have fought for and all their heroism and stuff like that. And then he's just like, okay, I get it. Like, alright, I'm gonna fight. We're gonna end the cycle right here. Okay. And then something terrible happens on Matavia, so we have to fly back to try to find out what's going on. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's head back to the spaceport, and what we see as we re-enter the spaceport is that it seems that our former compatriots are either all better or are done doing what they needed to do. So Kira and Raja are back, and then we land in Matavia, where Han, Grizz, and Demi are also back, ready for some action. And then, at this point in time, you get to choose who your final 5th member is. I want everybody to know all of my marathon runs finished by now. And the choice we make is Kira. Because... well, let me do all these. She just ends up being the best because she's the most consistent. She's very strong, has the survivability, has cool stuff too. You know, everybody knows that Raja is like awesome, but unfortunately, he just doesn't stay alive consistently, so he's not worthwhile. I also realized I forgot to do shopping, but I think it's actually better this way because I have more things I can sell, so that's totally fine. That's fine. I'll do the macros later. I forgot to shop. My bad. But it actually technically gives me more money, so I don't... it's not that big of a deal. So we'll save just in case something dumb happens. And then we will sell everything. Yeah, as far as who would be really useful, like, everybody kinda has their use, and Raja, especially casually, is like almost seems like a no-brainer. But unfortunately, it's just not dependable. And the thing about Kira is that she is dependable. Okay, we have our items. Everything is good. I will buy 3 soul dues and 10 star dues. Okay. So basically we've bought as much healing as we possibly could in preparation for the last boss, which you
I'm gonna need every single thing, pretty much. Yeah, let's head back to Motavia. Yep. Yeah, Raja is unstoppable when you're higher level, for sure. Unfortunately, he's just too weak at my level. Alright, so equipment's all good. Let's make the macros. So basically what I want is a single target heal macro. Everybody else fights. I want a general AoE heal macro as well, so we Gisar and we make use of the Guard Rod. And then everybody else, the 2 people remaining, still back. I want my buffing macro as well. And now Kira has the defense one, so I can get all the buffs up at the same time in one turn. And then we will get the power shield on as well. Okay, we'll make a smaller healing macro that I don't even know why I make it most times, because I like never use it. Because I'm a wuss. Okay, then we make our main healing macro for the final phase, which is to use all those Stardews that I just bought. Because we are most certainly going to need them. And because it's for the final phase, I can also start busting out my big guns as well. I will make Rever macros, sure, why not? Just in case I run out of soul dues, but I mean, if I'm at a point like that, things are probably not gonna work out, so it's kind of whatever. I did that wrong. It's okay. I'll remake it. Okay, so all of those macros will serve me through the rest of the run here. We are on the home stretch. Here's the final dungeon, and I apologize in advance, my bit rate is gonna go nowhere as we enter an acid trip as a final dungeon, and no one's going to be able to see anything ever. And I don't really care about fighting anything in here, so the hope is that we have minimal encounters and have encounters we can run away from. Oops. Well, she actually needed it. Okay. Oops. Even I'm having a hard time seeing because of the layout, and there's some glare in my room right now. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we really just want to get through here ASAP. There's nothing of value here. I mean, essentially nothing of value. Like, yeah, you could fight a couple of things if you really wanted to, but you really just want to get out of here. Are we gonna see the Heinous tech here? I really hope not. I already gave the viewers 2 of them, dude. We don't need to see it again. These guys are buff, but they are still susceptible to instant death. Even though none of it worked. But okay, I swear it works. But they're also hard to run away from. This is why I'm sitting here anyway. Okay, we're almost out of here. As I say that, we get an encounter, of course. Ow. Ow. Alright, this is the last room, so all I need to do is just creep up to the edge here and then make sure my health is good to go. Okay. World record never stopped being free, even Reggie got his time. World record culture is the greatest, isn't it? Isn't it? Okay, this boss is 3 phases. First two phases are often very, very simple. The third one can kill me at any time, no matter what I do. So let's get our buff set up. That's unfortunate, but thankfully he lived through it. The nice thing about things going wrong on the first phase is that it's easy to recover from. Obviously you lose time, but it's fine because he only has single target attacks. So it's okay. Yeah. And so because these parts are not hard, you save all of your best hitting abilities for the last phase only. And the first 2 phases are just quote-unquote chill, very slow, simple music, simple fights, and then the game, or the fight, picks up immensely on the last phase. And Chaz has already missed twice. What a god. Okay, phase 1 over. Phase 2 is basically the same. They're both 5,000 hit points. Phase 1 does have a single target that you love to see, but he also has a great amount of AoEs that can definitely sap your resources. So you're definitely hoping to see a number of AoEs. I just used a Ray Blade. It's not really a big deal. It's not really a big deal. It's up in a few. I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm almost done. Okay, transition that off. Okay, go ahead, dude.
Okay.
You might have your mic muted, just so you know.
Nah, I just haven't been saying anything.
Since, you know, I am capturing your stream.
Yeah, it should be good. I just haven't been saying much. I kind of lost track of where I was in the fight. Okay, I kind of lost track of where I was. I can't lie, and so I kind of got owned and had to use resources I really would have liked to have saved. But I mean, it's not the end of the world at all. But alright, we're back. We just need to get through phase 2 here. Yeah, I guess I'm just like kind of frazzled from all that stuff, but it's all good. We'll get back on track. Okay. Alright, so we are on the last phase. Music change, graphic change, very, very difficult, and unfortunately I can still very much die, and we're really, of course, really hoping that it doesn't go down like that. But I saved my big guns for this part of the fight, and here we go. 13,000 HP, and let's make this work. She always medgets round 1, and that's fine. This is what we bought all our Stardews for. And we're just gonna see what happens. Best of luck to me, I hope. Perfect. We want to see all kinds of stuff like that. That is the best. So what we really want to see are things like sleep on Ren, or her single target on Ren or Kira. And not only does it make us really safe, we get to pump out a lot of damage. Now we are equipped for Medjed spam, for sure. That's freaking beautiful. We are equipped for Medjed spam for sure, but we do pump out less damage, and of course I'll run out of stuff eventually. So the single target stuff is what you really want to see. You can definitely manage Medjeds though for a while. And the only thing you just never ever 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 want to see is canceling, where she will take away all my buffs and I will need to take the turn to rebuff. Now that in itself is whatever, but once all my buffs are gone, she can just outspeed me and Medjed me and I will die without barrier. So it is just the one thing you cannot see, and the only thing I can really do to prevent that, like in all honesty, is to grind another like 12 years, which I'm not going to do. So all we can do is just hope that that is the only thing that doesn't happen. Otherwise, we're just gonna pump out as much damage as humanly possible here. 13,000 HP, so we just have to get there. Beautiful. Beautiful. I tried. I only have 2 Efesses, and I didn't get them either time, so... It's not that I didn't want a Grand Cross, it's just that I can't. Or, yeah, see. So, like, on a Medjed turn, I can do, you know, like, 650 damage, but on a single target turn, I can pump out a lot more. So that's the way to get through, for sure. Okay. Okay, well, that really sucks because I don't have a way to wake him up. And so I was really hoping he'd wake up on his own. But it just is what it is. Beautiful. He still didn't wake up, though. That is pretty incredible. And then we just put him back to sleep. This is ridiculous, and not in a bad way. Holy time! What the heck? I killed him so fast! I was not prepared for that, dude. I was so not prepared for that at all. I just kicked his butt, dude. Holy crap. Whoopsie. Yo, I got the credit skip! I got the ending skip again, dude! I got the ending skip again, dude! I got the ending skip again, dude. That's freaking awesome, dude. This run is the best. This run is the freaking best, dude. We're probably not in the place of the schedule where we should be, so I should probably shut up. But I want to thank High Spirits for letting me do this run, because it's really dumb. But I had a great time, and I hope y'all had a great time too. So, yeah, we should probably get going, and I hope to see y'all again sometime. Peace.
Thank you very much, Ben.